what's up, y'all? Welcome to Game Night here at Heavy Cardboard. I'm your host, Edward Euler. Y'all know these fine folk.
I'm Ken.
Alyssa. And I'm not fine, but I am Martin.
I mean, you're fine. You're not. All right, we're gonna move on. All right, tonight we got a big one. Arguably, a lot of y'all's most anticipated game, right, of 2023, Horseless Carriage. Published by Splotter, which is the design team, Jeroen Douwman and Joris Vusinger. Now, this is not sponsored. However, they are very good friends of mine, and they did send me a review copy, which is a first in the history of me. So I certainly appreciate that. But that said, look, we were going to cover. Come on, y'all want this. We want this. We've had a blast with it. We've played it. Some of us have played it more than others, but all of us have at least played it once. Played it a couple of times myself. And Jeroen was kind enough to hang out with us when we played it to answer any questions we had in the whole 9 yards. It's basically Carcassonne. And maybe a little more, right? Essentially.
Lay a couple tiles.
Yeah, that's it. Lay some tiles.
Just some tiles. Yep.
That's it.
Sounds good.
Okay. I am going to do most of the front end teach on this. There might be some little things that we keep until they actually make sense throughout the first round or whenever they come up. But outside of that, also, the rule book doesn't have a graphics setup in it. And so therefore what we decided was I'm going to actually go through how the setup works for two reasons. One, it'll help y'all. And the second was to familiarize you with the terms for the various things. And there will be some things that differ from what the rule book call them, but I think for clarity's sake, from what we've experienced, it probably makes sense to make it work that way. With that said, y'all ready to rock?
Absolutely.
Yeah? All right. Get comfy. Get a drink. Here we go. We have... Okay, cool. Horseless Carriage. So, little background here. Horseless Carriage is a game about the dawn of the automobile, a time when cars were invented, and no one quite knew yet what this new contraption would look like, and what features would be essential. Early cars sometimes used levers or pedals to steer and a wheel to accelerate. Brakes were not always seen as essential. Clearly, Boston drivers are involved here. But sometimes an outside spot to take along an onboard mechanic was. This early, super innovative period occurs in the development of many new product categories. Players are cast as aspiring industrialists, trying to find out what features the public will value when buying these new, expensive, and utterly unfamiliar horseless carriages. The game can be played 3 to 5 players, takes about 3 hours or a little bit more the first time. Also, this is in the rule book, and I highly recommend people follow this. It says for your first game, maybe your first 2 games, we strongly advise you use the introductory rules, even if you're an experienced strategy gamer. Now, look, we're Heavy Cardboard. We're like, pshaw. Yeah, but you know what? We started with it, and I'm glad we did. And that's what we're going to be featuring tonight is well, I guess you could call it the basic game. And then we're going to stream this again with the experience game or the full game or however you want to word it. But honestly, this is my 3rd play of it, and I'm perfectly comfortable still playing this version of the game. All right? All right, so what is it you're looking at? Well, obviously, we have the main board out here. We have the sales area, and within the sales area, it's broken up into a few different things. So you have quadrants, which you have the number 1 quadrant, the number 2 quadrant, 3, and 4. Within those quadrants, you have gradients. So you have that gradient, you have that one, and that one. Those are going to be buckets for sales prices when we get there. Okay? Then within all of that, these individual little squares are called niches. Okay? So when we say a box or a square or a niche, it's all talking about one little square within that. Now, also, in addition to the correlated with the sales window, is you have the feature minimums. Right here at the beginning of the game, there's a 0, a 1, a 2, and a 3 on both of the 2 axes. Okay? Currently, you have we're going to call it the blue or reliability axis, and then we have the green or the range axis here. Okay? These are randomly put out there, and then there are 3 others that will come into play as well. So that takes care of that part of the board. The rest of it, honestly, is pretty straightforward. Victory point track or wealth accumulation, because you're making money, but I don't like calling it money in any way, shape, or form in this game because there's no money. You're not paying for anything. You're not buying anything. So these are straight victory points, okay? And obviously you have a marker for the 50s, 100s, 150, feeling ambitious there, and then up to 50 there. The assembly capacity, how many each of your factories or your main lines can produce. How many cars? Or vehicles, I should say. In our game, how many cars? But in the advanced game, there's sports cars and trucks. But how many each one can produce? Then up here, the planning office. This doubles for 2 things. One, this is going to be turn order. Turn order is going to go mostly left to right. There will be the occasional right to left, however. And then for the fight for turnover, it's going to be the Gantt charts tracker up here, which is going to correlate with the turn order there. Okay. Then we have the minimum specifications. How we've thought of these are federal mandates. Okay. So in other words, whenever there is something here, one of these markers here, that's how many things or features of that particular type are required to be able to sell a car to the public. So that we're thinking of them as federal mandates, okay? And then finally, we have the time track. It's time track for the game. In a 4-player game, starts out at 32, and in a 5-player game at 40, 3-player 24, and well, that's the entire player count. All right, so that's the entire main board as well as all this other stuff here. Then, off camera, and it's a bit of a table hog, we have the various different components or lines or the actual things that go into your car. Okay, so these are technically called the lines in the game, but we're going to call them the parts probably. So there are 4 different buckets of these parts. Okay, so there are A's, there are B's, there are C's, and there are D's. It's going to be important to note the different gradients of the background color. So you have the A's, or the hatching, if you will, which, if you look, there's kind of these little diamond hatches. Here, there's that little straight line, a diagonal line, and then a dark, tiny diamond right there. Or just do it by color coding of the backgrounds, okay? So these are all of the various parts that we're going to be able to build into our factories as the game goes along based on our research. Now, these are piece limited. I'll talk about all of that when we go through the setup and how all that works. But just know that all of these are going to be off camera because honestly, we're going to need the real estate here on screen, okay? All right, in addition to that, everybody has their own little kind of player area. Some are a little bit more truncated than others. So everybody has a factory floor, a main floor. Okay, so that is going to be your main factory floor here. Then there are going to be planning, brain cramp. Call them
departments.
Planning departments, thank you, and design departments. So each of us is going to start with one of these, which we'll place out here onto our factory floor. Everybody also has marketing departments, there's going to be 4 of these. There's going to be 3 dealerships, and then a hand of some number of cards. And I'll talk about that as well as we get going. Now, off screen, there is player aids, there are sales windows, there are extra extensions for your factories, and then there are all the requirement cubes or the cubes that will go onto our parts out there.
Factory floor?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
And I'd argue, probably the most important part of this game are these spec indicators. Also, we're going to call them arrows, okay? So the spec indicators correlate to the various parts out here, the backgrounds. So the lightest background is going to have to do with the A's. The next darker to the B's, darker C, so on and so forth. You get the idea. Okay? All right. All right. So that's pretty much everything you're looking at. Now let's go ahead and talk about setup, and we'll go into this stuff a little bit more in detail. Now, everybody starts with an industrialist, okay? So in other words, what color are they playing? Well, I'm playing yellow, so we're going to represent quality here, and that is going to be Bertha Benz, okay? So my player aid here, so we have our player aid there, as well as everybody gets one factory floor, a planning department, a research department, 4 marketing markers, 3 sales
Dealerships?
3 dealerships. And then, in the basic game, there's going to be 8 cards in your color. Now, these all have cars on the front side of them, well, most of them. However, there are others that are removed from the game, which these will have sports cars or trucks. Those, and if they have both, they're removed out of the game. So you're going to start with an identical deck of 8 cards for each player as well, okay? In addition to 3 sales windows in the 3 different sizes, large, medium, and small, okay? All right, so then we have the research tracks. There are 5 research tracks out here, all right? We randomly placed one on that axis and one on this axis. Yes, go with that. Then, the little white dividers. In the rule book, these are called minimum specification markers. We will never ever call them that. Forget you ever heard that. We're calling them priority markers, okay? So these priority markers are going to differentiate for what's going to come out and replace these as the game goes along. So the ones that are out here on the board already on the 2 axis, all of our markers will start on the second spot or the first technology. As you can see, all of us are there on the battery. Whereas everybody on the speed, the safety, and the design starts behind the priority marker, or basically on the 0 spot. And you'll notice down here on the range 1, everyone's on the 1 spot as well.
Yep.
In addition to that, the marker down here is going to alternate between the 2 sides to represent which one is going away. So this one at the end of the first round will come out, and then one of these 3 will come back in, and this marker will flip to the other side, and they will just continue to alternate, okay? So that is part of setup there. Then, so the priority markers or minimum spec markers are on between the 0 and 1 spot. On all of them, it's just where our markers actually begin is the difference in that. Then, over here, so for turn order, there we go. For turn order, you randomly decide who's going first, second, third, and fourth. Then, based on that, it's inversely on the Gantt chart. So if I'm first, I'm going to start with 4 Gantt charts. Second, 1 less, so on and so forth on that. Obviously, the victory points all start at 0, and everybody's capacity starts at 1 as well. Everybody starts with 1 research and 1 planning, and technically, before the game begins, both of these need to be placed out here on their board, okay? We're going to do that tonight. However, your first game, really recommend you don't do this until step 3 of the first round. It'll make sense when we get there, okay? All right. In addition, everybody has 6 of the extensions for their factory for each of the first 6 rounds there. And the time marker comes out here on, again, based on player count. It has little dots on it. Take my word for it on that. Then, there is a deck of 6 neutral cards. You add 1 per every player plus 1, so n plus 1, if you will. There were 4 players, so we drew 5. Those are the 5. The 6 possible positions are all right here, and so 5 of them come out. The thing the rulebook does not mention is the $6 price marker goes out as well. Okay? And other than that, all of the technology, the main lines and the various departments, all the parts out here are removed. Now, if you want to grab all of these, that bag first off. This bag is what's removed for the 5-player game. All right, so those are out of play. Then for the advanced game, there are the trucks and the car main lines and the markers, all that's out of play. And in addition to that, the cards, I told you, we start with 8. There are a whole lot of them that are out of play because we're not playing the advanced game as well, all right? Cool, so that is set up. Now, the last thing I want to talk about on this is the amount of pieces that get removed based on player count. It's probably easier just to show you all this. In the rule book, all of these, for every absent player, all of that gets removed. So in other words, 6 planning departments, 5 research departments, 2 of each main line. And note, anything that is a higher stack, so in other words, the windshields here in D, it leaves, you take 2 out per player. So in a 4-player game, there will be 8 of anything left that you took 2. So there's going to be 8 of those. For anything you're only taking a single one out, it's 1 more than the number of players left. So for instance, you see the engines, there are 5 in our game, okay? Whereas there are 8 horns, for example, okay? Does that make sense? Okay, is that clear? There's some confusion out there about that, so I thought I would help clarify. So that said, all those can go away. We're done with all of that. Now, what are we doing here in Horseless Carriage? Well, victory points, or make the most money, or score the most points. I'm not going to use reference money again because, again, we're not paying for anything in this game, and that can be
feels
confusing.
very much like victory points.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
So the goal of the game is score as many victory points as you can. It's done by selling cars out here in the sales markets, okay? Every year, the demand is going to change because buyers will value different things in a car. Now, how this works is the game plays over the course of up to 7 rounds maximum. I say up to. In our experience, the game's going to end probably in rounds 5 through 7. Okay? But it will go no more than 7 rounds. Within those 7 rounds, there are 8 different phases in each round. Those 8 phases are shown right here. So, this player aid is exceptionally well done. So this is the easiest way to go about teaching this game once I finish the overview here. We're just going to run through each of these 8 steps every round, and it just does an excellent job of showing that. But basically what we're going to do is we're going to advance our research up these tracks to then be able to manipulate turn order and build things. So all of those parts that we had out there are going to go out here into our factory floor to be able to produce cars, which we then can sell out here to be able to make money / score the most victory points over the course of those 7 rounds, or less, as it were. Any questions? No? Good. Let's go ahead and go over this now in detail. So, in the first phase, research. You'll notice that the first thing it mentions is engineering order. Now, all of these are going to say what order that particular phase is going to operate in. So if it says engineering order, what that means is it's going to go left to right. So in our example here, yellow, blue, red, purple. Anything that says engineering order. So there, and there. Anything that says admin phase, literally nobody's doing anything. There's no decisions to be made. It's just the results of what has happened in previous phases. They just happen. So anybody can do that, doesn't matter. And then the oddball here is the sell phase. This is in sales order, okay? And there are multiple rounds of it. Sales order here goes in that order. So purple, red, blue, yellow, etc. Rinse and repeat until we're all done selling, okay? All right. So now that we've covered that, game takes place 7 rounds, max. Each round, these steps. Here we go. So, Research in engineering order. For each research department, increase a research marker 1 step. You may not move the same marker twice, and you may move other players' markers except assembly capacity. All right, so what does all that mean? Well, the research tracks are these 5 tracks that are out there, the purple, the yellow, da-da-da-da. Those are the things that you are allowed to build in your factory. So wherever your marker is or before. So if you take a look at the bottom one, a moment, I think, there we go. All right, so if you take a look at the bottom one, we all can build an engine for our car. None of us can build a radiator, a tire, so on and so forth, okay? These are features for the car that increase range. But in this first phase, for each research department, you get to increase a research marker. What does that mean? These, again, there are 5 per player out there. And when we build them, at the beginning of the game, one of the 2, planning or, let me try this again. Let me talk about the factory floor. This area is closed off. You cannot build here. In addition to that, you're going to notice that there are little dividers here. The factory floor, the main floor, is 12 by 12 with these, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These 5 by 5, so these 25 are out. So that is what, 119 are available, I believe, of these little squares. At the beginning of the game, and forever, all of this is unbuildable. You cannot build in that. Also, any time you see that little area, whether it's on your main factory floor or in the extensions that we're going to be building, that must end up next to green to the table. You can never put anything next to it. You cannot do that, for example, okay? But at the beginning of the game, you're going to place your planning department, your research department. You must do. What are the rules for placement? Well, a couple of things. First off, everything must be adjacent. Now, adjacent means that at least some portion of a side connects to some portion of a side. So if you take a look, that is not adjacent. That is adjacent. That's legit. Okay? Now, the first thing that you place has to be either your planning department or your design department. From there, if you want, you can rotate, you can do whatever you want on this stuff like that. Or it must be adjacent. You could do something like that. That also is legit. That is not, because everything must be adjacent. All that makes sense? Okay? So for every one of your research departments, or in other words, the beginning of the game, you have one research department. We all do. So you can move one of 6 different markers. You might be asking yourself, I only have to see 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And oh yeah, how many cars does each main line or each factory make? This is going to be really, really important. So you have one marker. You can move any of those 6 up 1 step. Pretty straightforward. What's that look like? This. There. Done. Okay. Now I can build radiators as well into my factory floor. It's really that simple. Okay? So if you have 4 or 5 research departments, you can move 4 or 5 markers. Now, it also said that you cannot move the same marker twice. However, what you can do as the game goes along, you are allowed to do this. So there's one, and then maybe I do that. There will be reasons, realistically it might be something like this, so maybe I do move that one up 1, and then maybe I do that 2. There's going to be reasons why that makes sense.
Absolutely.
However, any marker on a given turn in your phase of this, in your actions of this, you can only do that once. However, on Ken's turn, I move this up and I move this up. Ken could do that as well if he wants, and that would cost 2 research of the how many do I have movement. All that makes sense?
Yep.
Okay, so pretty straightforward. Now, you will never move another players up here. Honestly, you wouldn't want to anyways, because that's just helping other players. Yes, this is helping other players when you do it, but it's also potentially
Often helping you.
correct. All right, so that is the research step there. Any questions on the research step? Did that cover it pretty well, I think? All right, the second thing is set focus. This is where we're going to play with turn order, okay? So the most Gantt charts goes first, and then ties are in existing engineering order, all right? And choose any open turn order position or pass. Players who passed preserve order. Okay, what's that mean? Well, let's say at the beginning of the game, this is the turn order right here. Whoever has the most Gantt charts, currently is whoever's in first, gets to choose first. Now, I say I choose not to. Okay, then we go to the second one. So now, Martin, do you wish to? He says, sure, I would love to. Except he says it in a really fancy British accent. When he does that, you spend all of your Gantt charts. If you're at 16, you spend 16. If you're at 1, you spend 1. You spend them all. So Martin says, yes, I do want to spend my Gantt charts. And now Martin gets to choose, do I go first, second, third, or fourth? Obviously, in a 5-player game, you get the idea.
Yep.
There's going to be reasons to go earlier. There's going to be reasons to go later. You get the idea, okay? But as it is, maybe he says, sure, I want to go there. Then we go to red. Do you wish to? No. Purple, do you wish to? No. In that case, existing order would remain, so it would go like that. Okay? That is setting the focus. So that's phase number 2. Any questions on that? No. Good. Moving on. Now, the game comes down to really 2.5 different phases. The research phase being one of them. The build factory being the other. And then the half one I'm calling the sell, where you're actually making points here. And the reason is this feels not as core as these two things do. And this is going to really be the meat of the game, the building of the factory. Okay?
I would say this is interesting choices sometimes.
Oh,
too.
I do too. I don't.
It's just fast.
Yeah, it's just faster and it's less
meaty.
Yeah, that's all. That's all I'm saying. All right. So let's go ahead and start. Engineering order. Okay. So left to right. So in our case, it would go in this. Now, early in the game, there is no reason you can't do this concurrently. Everybody's going to be doing this at the same time. Okay. As the game progresses, and some of those parts that are out there might get scarce, then you may want to do this in order. Okay. So keep that in mind. And anybody that wishes it to be done in order, then you say, hey, I want to, and everybody, let's just do that in order. Okay. All right. So, first things first. Add as many stations or as many parts as you want to your factory. Whee! To build a technology station or parts, right, you must have access to it, to its research, either directly or through strong engineering focus. Okay, what the heck does that mean? Well, I'm glad you asked. So, let's go ahead and talk about now this research track down here again. And let's say it is something like this. Okay? There. Okay. So if we take a look, obviously blue is researched the most, red the second most. So blue has access to build all 4 of those things. Red has access to build those 3. And yellow and purple here, sadly, can only build the engine. We don't have access to these. But wait. There's more. Because whoever is first in engineering in this phase has access to everybody's marker. What does that mean? Take a look at all 5 tracks. Wherever anybody's marker is, you can build that or to the left. So in our example down here, what that means is I, being in first, I can build the gas can, I can build the tire, the radiator, and the engine, plus anything that other people may have advanced there, etc. Yay, it's awesome to go first. If you're second, it's not as good as first in this regard, but it's still pretty good, okay? And you know what? Let's swap a couple of these out as a better example. Let's do that. All right, so red is second. What they have access to is any technology that 2 people have already reached on a given track. So what I mean by that is, if you take a look, I'll go ahead and set something up like that. There we go. So here, both blue and yellow have already researched the tire for range. So that means that red has access to the tire, the radiator, and the engine, but not the gas can, because only one player has, ergo, only the player in first can research that. In addition to that, now, there. That's a good example. Here, you'll notice that yellow has researched a gas can. Blue has researched a gas can. Two people have not researched the gas can on the same track. So what that means is, red being second, even though the same different players have researched a gas can in general, it has to be on the same track. So in other words, red does not have access to the gas can because it has to be on the same track.
Right.
So if it were this, that's legit. Now red could. That, it's not, even because they're on different tracks. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Is that clear? Okay. All right. And then third, anything that 3 people have reached. So if it were like this, 3 people have reached the radiator, so purple has access to the engine and the radiator. All clear? That makes sense. And obviously fourth in a 4th player game is only your own markers. Okay? Pretty straightforward in that. Okay. So, now that we've covered that, that's what it means by having access to it directly or strong engineering focus, aka you're stealing patents or borrowing. Borrowing, that's way nicer.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Also, I want to point out that when we build these things, currently, with being in first, I have access to a gas can that maybe I wouldn't have in our example, right? If I'm no longer first, so I don't have access to blues here, I don't lose it. Once you've learned it, you've learned it. You're not going to...
If you built it.
Yeah, as long as you built it. That being key, correct?
Yes.
All right. Stations, or again, parts, can only be placed adjacent to a loading bay or another station. Okay, so again, adjacency. It's got to be adjacent to stuff. Okay. At the end of each turn, each main line. So a main line is a factory, if you will. So it's one of these. Okay. You'll notice that, remember earlier we talked about the 4 designations of the parts, A's, B's, C's, and D's. They must be able to connect back to this main line right here. So, at the end of a turn, each main line must have at least one dealer, and a dealer looks like this. Must have, meaning directly adjacent. So something like that. Ken's going to do an example for us here in a minute. Identical technology stations in the same zone are not allowed. In other words, getting back to our example here, you can't have 2 radiators on the same main line because you've already researched it once. So you can't just like hate build a radiator, right? So this part, you can only have one of them connected to a given main line. You can have multiples if they're going to different main lines, though. Okay? All right, cool. All right. Last bit. You know what? That's good enough for right there. So Ken's going to set this up for us. So in our example here, at the beginning of the game, he's going to have those built some way out there. That's legit, cool. He's researched, we set focus, and now he wants to build. He wants to be able to make cars. So he's going to put out his main line somewhere out there. He has access to the engine. We all have access to the engine to begin with, okay? So he can do something like that. He could reverse the position of those two, placing the engine out there first, and then the main line adjacent to it, something like that. Now, could also not have it adjacent to his planning and design, and instead have it next to something like that, because the loading bay, that's adjacent to that. That's legit as well, okay? So then, once he has done that, you're going to notice that there is certain little designations over there in the bottom left-hand corner, okay? Now, the red has to do with speed. It has a little abbreviation right there. The green has to do with range, and the blue has to do with reliability. And what that means is, if you actually take a look at the various research tracks, the green won. That means it's going to be in the first position on the green track. Then, over here, On the blue research track, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, hey, checks out. There's the engine as is shown right there. Okay, so that's just a little reminder of where you're going to be able to get those as you go along. Now, he went ahead and placed that. Whenever you place a part out onto your factory floor, there must be a matching spec indicator. What that is the little arrows. Remember earlier, the A's, B's, C's, and D's correlate to the various different colors right there, right? So the B is range, which is what he's already advanced on. He puts out an associated spec arrow or spec indicator or arrow. Then what we've found useful is you immediately take one of the cubes and put it on that spec arrow on the turn you place it. Okay? Now, on a subsequent round, possibly in the same round, but let's say in a subsequent round, we're back to phase 3 for building our factory. Ken now has researched the engine over on the red track. When he does so, he then just simply adds a red arrow of the same color, which would be the B, which is the little hatching there, and adds an arrow anywhere adjacent to that engine that is legal. Could do something like that if he wants. Could, however you want to, probably tighter. You might have reasons to do, kind of Tetris-y stuff.
Maybe leave a little bit of space sometimes.
Yep. And then place the cube on it like so. Then, when he's done, now, the other thing to point out, planning offices, they're not unlimited, but there's a whole lot of them. Research departments, not unlimited, but there's a whole lot of them. Anytime you're building in phase 3, you can add any number of these, again, as long as they fit. What does fit mean now? You can't ever overhang here. You can't overhang here. You can't, build on top of stuff. And once it's placed, it's there forever. It will never move. Plan well. Yo, Doug, I hear you like planning in this game. When you are done building, here are the different rules that you must abide by. You have a main line, must be directly adjacent to a dealership. So that checks out. Okay, awesome. In addition to that, you must also be able to trace a path from the part back to the main line of the same hatching. So if you would, move the main line up one little bit, and you could, if you want, put the arrow. Could have done something like that. That would have been legit. Okay? Does that make sense? You could put the arrow where, now, keep in mind, this side is completely blocked off. Can't build any more out there. This side is completely blocked off. And so you got to work with, what you left yourself. So B traces a path through the same hatching back to B. Okay, easy enough. Does all that make sense? Okay?
Yep.
All right. So the technical rules are you have to have access to technology to build it, either through your own or through leeching off of somebody else. Okay? It has to be connected directly to a main line. Like I said, something along the lines of that. It must be locally unique. In other words, you can't grab a second engine and have it run back to the same main line. We've covered that. And you have to have attached the spec indicator or the arrow. Okay, good to go. All right? Easy enough. So at the end of building, then what's going to happen is we're going to be like, okay, when you're done, and again, could have added planning departments, could have added marketing departments so you can advance those more. We'll talk about that stuff more later. But once we're all done building, then the last thing that's going to happen is you have to add a factory extension. Factory extension is one of those pieces. So you can add it anywhere you want, adjacent. What you cannot do is that. Now, you can overhang if you were to, bring it down. Yeah, you could do that. May not be ideal. You could do that. All legit.
Probably not good.
Probably not ideal, but you can. The only part that you cannot aim back at is that little white line. That is not legal because it's blocking it both there and on there. It's got to always have empty space next to it. So however you want to. But once you're done, you say, hey, I'm done. Then we go ahead take your marker out here and move it down to signify to everybody, hey, I'm done. But not because we think anyone's going to cheat, but to check our work, everybody here has made mistakes on this stuff.
Yep.
So what we do is we then say, okay, I place those 2 arrows this turn. So now, is it legit? So from the main line, okay, so see, here it's not but if he were already at that, now it's legit, that's okay. It traces a path from B through the arrow or whatever to the part, good to go. Then the minimum spec or the specification goes on to the dealership. Then we do it for the next one. Yep, hey, checks out, everything looks good. Ken, it's legit, done with phase 3 of building the factory. Does all that make sense? Okay, now there are going to be, so keep going, if you will. So there you go. It could be A now connects to A. That's all legit. Everything looks good on there. And he has one of each of those cubes on now his dealership. That makes sense, hopefully? That clear? Mm-hmm. Good? All right. So I'm not going to rehash this, but right here, after building, factory expansion, to indicate, slide your focus marker down. Okay, awesome. Everybody does that at the same time, unless, again, parts start getting short, whatever.
Yep.
Okay? Good? Everyone
Good.
feel good about that? Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I feel like inevitably after this phase is where you feel bad.
Yeah.
Because you look at your board and you're like, nope, I screwed that up.
Yep.
Fine.
And, oh, I hate my life.
Exactly. But yes, I think the explanation is good.
Right. All right. So now, going on to phase 4 is the print sales brochures. This is an admin phase, so literally it's just going to happen. Each planning department produces 1 Gantt chart. So, however many planning departments you have built here, you're going to then get that many Gantt charts. I have 1, I get 1. Martin has 1, or maybe Martin ends up building 3. He gets 3 and everybody else would get 1, something along the lines of like that. Boom, done. Okay. Now, this says update the specs on dealers. That is what we just did with the cubes. So technically, we do this out of order, but honestly, we found that it just flows better this way.
Makes sense.
But if you want, you can keep them on the arrows and then move them on here. Multiple main lines for 1 dealer produce the lowest common spec. Now, what does that mean? What that means is, theoretically, going back to our example here, let's say it were like so, like that on his board. 1 main line, 2 dealers. Whatever the lowest common denominator is between those 2 is what they can sell.
Yeah.
Okay? So keep that in mind. Probably not efficient. Probably don't want to do that too much.
Well, these also would have to share the assembly capacity of this one.
They do. So
Not great.
if your capacity is 3, between them, those 2 dealerships are selling a total of 3 cars. Okay? Cool? Good. All right. But just that's what I want to point out on that last bit. Mm-hmm. Now, based on what you've produced, then we go into step 5. So, sell. In sales order in multiple rounds. Again, now we're going, everybody will have moved down. Now we are going in that order. So in this case, blue would go first, then purple, then red, then yellow. Mm-hmm. Place a market window within specs or choose one that you placed earlier. Now, there are 3 sizes. And Ken, go ahead and set that back up just with a part is fine. If you would for me.
Sure.
And leave a little room next to your dealership. I don't care the color. There we go. And grab a blue cube. Okay. So, if you take a look at Ken's board here, the end of his building, now obviously his planning and that would have been out there somewhere, whatever. So here, this is legit, okay. He qualifies, assuming he qualified for that, okay. So he has this cube, that is what he can build. And now, the market window. There are 3 different sizes of market window. There are the small, the mediums, and the larges. Okay? So if you take a look, Small means there is no marketing, because, yo, Doug, I hear marketing is important. Just ask, I don't know, well, publishers. All right, so if you don't have any marketing, you get that size window. If you have one marketing directly adjacent to your dealership, like so, hey, you get a medium window for that dealership. And all the dealerships have names, and that's going to matter whenever you have multiple main lines and multiple dealerships, but that is the medium size. And then if you're feeling really
Small, 1
Yes.
by 2 niches.
yes,
2 by 2 niches for the medium.
and then the large, if you have 2 marketing departments directly adjacent to a dealership, you get the big boy, which is,
3 by 3.
yep, that's awesome. You can sell more stuff. That's awesome.
You hope.
Theoretically. Now, what is not legit is this. Imagine Ken has his extension up there. That is not okay. They must be directly adjacent to the dealership. Also, not legit. In fact, that will never happen like that. So, you get the idea. Must touch that for the size of the window.
Right.
Okay, now that we've covered that, let's get back to selling. Choose a market or place a market window, and you never want to go smaller. This is the one place you can overhang things on the main board, and I'll talk about that in a second. Place a market window within specs, or choose one you placed earlier. You could place a smaller one. You're never going to want to. Sell all to all buyers in one market niche in this window. Okay, so let's take a look at the actual main board. There it is. So, main board. All these cars sell for $6 a piece. Well, currently, Ken doesn't have any marketing, so he only gets the baby window. Now, if you take a look here, you'll notice that Ken, and you know what, we'll have to do it this way. Ken has one blue cube on here because, and there, let's say it's that, now it's legit, okay? So he has built the frame for reliability there, it is there, everything is a legal build we've already established. He has a blue cube on here. So if you look at the window, or the axes, 0, 1, 2, 3, that is the number of cubes that dealership must have of that color to be able to sell. So if you notice, if he wants to sell to this car, if he wants to do that, if any part of the window is in where it requires a blue cube, you better have a blue cube. If you do not have that blue cube, you cannot place that like so. But what you can do is you could, down here in the 0, 0 area. Almost, sure.
I got it.
You get the idea. So you could put on those two or those two, etc. And you need a green to go here, or 2 green or 3 green as it goes along. To get up here, you need 3 blue and 3 green. So you need to have built 3 of these and 3 of those, or to have that many arrows, I should say. Does all that make sense? Y'all with me? Okay. Now, I had mentioned earlier that you can, let's say Ken has that, and he has his big window. Well, he has no cube.
Might have overbuilt my marketing in this case. but
Possibly, but you still can place it. Now, he's not allowed to go up in here, but he can do that. That is legal. That is okay. Okay? And again, this is going to happen in that order. So technically, blue would have come out and put a window out, and let's say blue did something like this, and then they immediately sell in one niche or one square. So if there are, say, 3 cars in that, if they choose that square and their factory can produce that many, they must sell that many. So could choose this square for $6, or, you know, maybe this one for 18. You must sell everything that you can. In the experience game or the advanced game, that includes the various other vehicles. We're not going to talk about that right now. But sold all from here. Now, even if blue was at 4 capacity, and there were 4 within the sales window, you sell 1 square's worth. So he sold all there, all 3 there. If it comes back to him and that car is still there, he could choose to sell or sell to that buyer and get an extra 6. So technically blue would have pegged 18, and if they get the other 6 by doing that, they would go up to 24 like so.
And there may be some game groups somewhere in the universe where that would be
A lot.
That would happen.
Right, not in ours. Facts. Okay. Okay? Does that so then after blue goes, then purple goes. So purple might end up doing something like this. So now on purple's turn says, we'll go ahead and sell that one, peg the $6, and now you know what blue ain't doing? Selling that car. However, as the game advances, it's possible that players have multiple main lines, which means they have multiple dealerships, which means they can put out a second sales window. Eventually, we will get there, I promise. So maybe on the other dealership, Martin could do that, and then on his turn, he places that. You only place one window at a given turn, and then you either can place the other window if you have other dealerships on the next turn, or sell there, then place it, etc., etc. You get the idea.
Yep.
So on and so forth. That there is how sales work. All that makes sense?
Yes.
All right. So trucks and sports cars get extra money. We're not going to worry about that tonight. Observe assembly capacity and minimum specs. Okay. Capacity we already covered. Minimum specs we have not. At the end of the round, the green research track is going to go away. We'll talk about that more in detail. 2 things are going to happen. This is going to advance, but more importantly, range is going to come out. And I mentioned these are federal mandates that have to be met for you to be able to sell to the public. So on subsequent rounds, when green may come back out onto the board, you must have at least 1 green cube out there. Even if green ends up back over here. Meaning, green is not in the axis, but there is this. You still have to have a green cube in a dealership to sell cars to that dealership to the various people out here. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay, that's what these are. These will max at 2 for each of the various ones. Okay? All right. So that is minimum specs. Okay, that's selling. Then after that, admin phase. Hey, game ends. The time card marker was flipped over. Most wealth wins. Sales focus wins ties. So what does this mean? You check if the game won or if the game ended. The timer track down here, anytime there are time markers that are hit, you're going to bing, 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 work our way down until, once it's down to 1, if it goes down again, that triggers the end of the game, and you check the end of the game in phase 6. Easy enough. You might be asking yourself, we haven't talked about the timer. What makes the timer go down? Well, I'm glad you asked. So if you take a look at each of the research tracks on the 5th spot and the 7th spot, all have that little timer marker on them. That's what that is. Every time a marker hits it, you're going to advance a time. So when blue goes here, advance a time. Red goes there, advance a time. Blue, advance a time. You get the idea, so on and so forth. We'll talk about the other way here in a minute on the rest of that. Okay? All right. So, did anybody win? No? Continue on. Okay. Admin phase. Okay. Replace the obsolete research track. In other words, the one that's going away, with the most advanced off-board track, and then tiebreaker stuff. Place the obsolete track below the other ones, increase its minimum, which is its priority marker, and rotate the obsolescence marker. That's a lot of words. What the hell does that mean? All right, real easy. Look, this one, wherever the obsolescence marker is, this one's going away. This is going to go to the bottom of the track. That's going to flip over, and that little white marker is going to advance 1 step like that. Boom, done. That's everything we just said. However,
Gotta move one
now one of these has to come in. Now, what dictates that? Go ahead and just, as if, sure. Yeah, that works. That's good. And you know what? Let's say it's that. Okay. So, this one just came out. It goes to the bottom. It's not eligible to come back in. One of these three is going to go back in. How do we choose? Whatever has the most steps past the priority line. What does that mean? There obviously is none here. It's not going to be red. Okay, so it's going to be between these two. So safety has 1, 2, 3 for the purple marker and 1, 2 for the blue for a total of 5 steps past the priority marker. This one, design, has 2 for yellow, 2 for blue, 1 for purple. Also 5 steps. Okay, cool. So they're tied. So what's the tiebreaker? Whatever is furthest past the priority marker. 1, 2, 3 steps past the priority marker. 1, 2 steps past the priority marker. Safety is going to go out. Does that make sense? Okay. Now, if they were still tied, right? So let's say, indulge me. Let's say after that tiebreaker they were still tied. Thank you. Then top, whatever's higher physically out here has the tiebreaker between them. So what does that look like? Pretty simple. That means yellow is going to come on out, which now it's going to, for minimums for it to be able to sell, etc., etc. The second time one comes out, okay, the minimum marker will have already come out. So let's say green had come back out. What's going to happen down here at the pricing marker is the minimum now is 1. We know that because, well, federal mandates. So that's going to go like that. And now the minimum is going to be 1 cube of green or yellow. You get the idea. Then the second time, possibly, if it comes out, is we're going to flip that over like so, and the 5 will go out there like so. So it just gets more and more persnickety buyers. All that makes sense? Cool? Good? All right. All right. So that was advanced expectations. Again, that just happens. Okay? And then finally, growing demand, the last step, in engineering order. So left to right on the turn order track. Each player plays 1 card on 1 quadrant face down. So yellow is going to choose one of these, and let's say I choose one there, and then just indulge me. Just throw one out somewhere. Okay, let's say it ended up like so. So what happens now is we flip them all over. And within the given quadrant where they were placed, here, these are spark markers. These spark markers, that is in this quadrant, that is that one right there, like so. Then this one is going to be 2 in that one spark marker, which means a double like that, and a single there. I apologize, I am reading it wrong. There we go, like that. Okay, and then that one is going to be, go ahead, hook it up. There. In addition, I mentioned there's a second way that time advances. Anytime players play these cards, they're going to have between 0 and, say, I don't know, 4 time on them. I
4 is the max on the basic cards.
There you go.
Yep.
So in this case, time would advance 2 spots. In addition to that, notice in the bottom left-hand corner, there's a number. These range from 1 to 4. Our cards all range from 1 to 4, meaning what round it is that you're allowed to play it. So in round 2, I could play any of these 5 cards, but in round 1, I can only play one of the 2 ones, etc. That makes sense? Then once we have done that, these cards, you can just tear them up. No, don't do it. Just they're discarded out of the game. So those will all go away. And then cards come out. Where do cards come out? These are sparks. Sparks generate sales, right? Or think of them as leads, sparks, whatever it may be. So anywhere there are sparks, we're going to put out cards, like so. Awesome. So let's say it ended up like that. Okay, done. Now, how many are you allowed to have out here? You might be asking yourself, well, that's a great question. You are allowed double the spark value. So if there's 1 spark, double is 2. If there's 2, you can't place any more with sparks. But let's say as the game goes on, maybe it's something like that in that spot. 3 sparks, double, you can have up to 6 cards in that one niche. Okay? Then you refill up to whatever the maximums are. Then after that, then we are going to go ahead and draw cards. There are the 6 starter cards that were out there. We're going to shuffle them up. We're going to put 2 in this quadrant, 1 in this quadrant, 1 in that quadrant every round. Then we're going to flip them over. These will never have time on them. And then we will just add whatever is shown on there. Now,
Is this quadrant n-2? Is that what it is?
No, it's just 2
It's
cards.
always just 2? Okay.
It's 2 cards, 1 and 1.
Okay.
When we're placing these, those do not abide by spark limits. So in my example earlier, where it was, hey, you can have 6, let's say there were 6 there, and there were already 6 there, and there were, let's see, this card, and it wouldn't, but you get the idea. If there were 6 here, you still would add 1 more, because that's not beholden to the spark limit.
They ignore the spark limit, yeah.
Yeah, okay, cool. All right, so, playing cards, try that again, sparks, and then drop time, place cards, draw neutral. Oh, I lied. Sorry, quadrant 1. Thanks, you were trying to help me out there. I appreciate it.
It's okay.
2. So this tells you in quadrant 1 in the bottom left-hand quadrant,
It's
1 and
1, 2, 3.
Right.
Yeah, for
right,
3,
based
4,
on
5.
that,
Yeah.
right. And then it's always 1 card in 2 and 3.
Yep.
Thanks. Then, starting at the top, place the highest available price marker. Okay, so once these get removed from the board, and there's only 6 of them, so those just get shuffled back. Obviously, your markers will have come off, your windows. Then, you take all the price markers off. Then, wherever the highest car is, if there's 1 up here, it would be there. If not, you skip it, 6. There's 1 there, or a couple, 4, and then 3. But let's say that those weren't there, 6, skip it, down to 4. And then, hey, what happens after that? Do it all over again until you hit 0 time. If so, whoever has the most points wins. And that, pretty easy.
Oh, yeah.
Horseless Carriage.
Basically just Carcassonne.
Like I said.
Yeah, it's just a simple tile laying game.
It really is. I mean, come on.
I also, the idea of cards, tearing cards up, I'm interested for next year's Legacy expansion to Horseless Carriage. That should be fascinating.
They said it's in works.
Yeah.
I'm sure they did. Sounds like that.
I should have 1 more. Where did mine go?
Right here.
All right, awesome. Come on. What? That was an hour. That wasn't bad.
No, it wasn't bad.
I'll take it.
Pretty good.
That goes away.
Yep.
Allow us to reset everything. We can randomize that. I don't
Do we
care.
randomize turn order?
Yeah, well, Martin is in charge of that.
Okay. I'll pull out my Schwazi. I don't have a particularly appropriate. Couldn't think of a particularly appropriate cardboard Schwazi for this. So.
I'll get you a car-related deck of cards,
Seriously?
Martin.
Oddly, no, I don't have anything that's particularly car related.
Over on the
Yeah,
chair,
just in it.
yeah.
Yep.
So,
Thanks.
So, pick your card.
And this will go in the actual order, okay?
Jack.
So Jack, red's 1. 9, blue is 2, yellow is 3, and first in our hearts. Okay. There we go. Cool.
Thank you.
All right. Place your bets. Over under Glory to Rome, 6.5. Most of those be directed at yourself.
Yes.
I feel pretty confident about that. Yeah, okay. Well, hopefully you all got something out of it. Hey, if you're enjoying the stream, give us a thumb. Appreciate it. Subscribe. Half y'all don't, for some reason. I don't understand why, but please do. And if you find value in what it is we do here on the show, patreon.com/HCHQ. If you find it's worth $1 or $2 a month, a couple bucks, Certainly would appreciate it very much. So please, thanks. All right. So,
Ken's just starting round 3.
I'm trying to figure out where I should put these.
oh, okay. 'Cause
I
you do
need
have-
some other tiles in order to do that.
You know, I'm gonna actually build based on screen real estate, which is always a really good plan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds, as your
approve.
competitor, I approve. That's right.
Since I think
So-
I rotated that.
Yeah,
position.
so I have been playing to where this has been over here. Every game I've played this on, this is a bad idea. I'm just letting you know right now that this is going to go poorly for me. And I think, oh God, you know what? Yeah. Okay, done. Final answer. You're not going to overthink
Bottom
it.
right.
Yeah, it should. Good call. Everything else look reset. Hold on. Let me go through this real quick. Those are reset. That's on 1. That's on 1. That we should have 5.
assembly.
Good. Thank you. Here we have that matched up. This is good. Those are not my cards. Just go ahead and put those up here if y'all would. Mine. Good. All right. I think we're ready to get started. All right. Cool. All right, so here we go. Research. So we're going to step through this. The first round's going to be the longest. Just because we're going to go through it slowly, okay? To give you all a little context, okay? So here we go. Phase 1, engineering order. So in this case, Ken's going to go first. Research. Everybody has 1 research, and you can move 1 of your available markers. So including assembly capacity and those. All right. By the way, everyone's built, right? Okay,
Yeah.
good. All right, cool.
So I currently would like people to go in as many different directions as possible, because right now I can use everybody's patents.
Facts. Good luck with that.
I'm also thinking about potentially letting myself build in the second dimension of blue, because we know blue is sticking around for another turn.
Right, green's going away.
Green's
at the end
going
of this
away,
round.
but
Yep.
blue is sticking around for at least 1 more turn. Building towards design gets a little bit of a benefit because one of the tiebreakers
Is
in
being
bringing it out
hierarchy.
is literally
physically higher up on the track.
being higher up on the track.
Right, yeah.
So,
Or in the
I think it kind of boils down to either going on reliability or design for me.
Okay. You're not thinking assembly capacity?
I'm not, and I'll talk you through that. So, I do not see a way to sell more than 1 car
Why is that?
in year 1. Well, even if I have, I suppose so. The way to do it,
Okay, yes.
yeah, there is a way, and that way is to have 2 marketing at the end of round 1. Right?
Seems ambitious.
Because then you can place this, and no matter how mean your competitors are, there'll still be 1 more car waiting for you when you get back to it. I think, given how little real estate we have,
Yes.
that might be a
Wasteful.
bad idea.
Okay, yeah. It's
There's
straight
another
up.
possibility. It could be will be left because we won't
flip over.
take all your cards.
Because that's true. We could be playing a really friendly game. Maybe you guys are looking out for me, hoping I'll do well. Maybe there's like a
There's a
a
chance of that.
secondary betting market, and you guys have bet on me. I don't know, right?
I mean, hey, as of what? Sports betting's allowed now.
Closing in, yeah, that's right. So, So
I mean, you were plus 200. I had to take it.
so probably not assembly capacity.
Yeah,
in round
realistically,
1.
the way we're playing, nobody's going to bump this in the first round.
That's where our
Nobody's
meta is
gonna-
right now.
Yeah,
I mean, I see the appeal because getting to 5 fast is good.
I would say 3 and 4. Once you hit this area, it feels like then you stop really making sure that you're going up that. Like you can lag behind. I feel like once you're up
I was thrilled to be at 5.
Okay, fair enough.
I was thrilled to be at 5.
Okay. All
For
right.
both turns, I was at 5.
So that said, you said you're going to up speed?
Not speed for sure. Either reliability or design.
Yep.
And I'm going to somewhat randomly choose reliability.
Okay. So now, in the first round, for sure, when you're done with this, so that is all of your research.
All my research.
So you're done. So now what we've been in the habit of doing is grabbing everything you can build currently. So can build a frame and can build an engine. Because
And
engine and frame.
a battery.
And a battery. And I got your battery over here. So
Cheers.
those are what's available to him to build in phase 3. You cannot do this after, say, the second round, maybe even after the first, because then things start getting scarce, right? In addition, he'll be able to build planning and marketing as well. But that said, done there. Martin, you're up.
Well, Ken's analysis seems pretty solid.
Yep.
Do I just copy him boringly, or do I just branch out and try and do something crazy?
Well, the more people copy me, the less of an advantage being first in the engineering track is, right?
Yes.
There is, yes. I'm not necessarily so excited about being early in the engineering track. I don't know that I care. My thinking of where I'm going with my planning is actually that I'm going to actually try and push on the design and Gantt chart stuff early on, with the intention of letting the engineering flourish on round 2. I don't know whether that's a good tactic or not, but it seems like it will be fun.
You know,
So
in preparation for that, you could also bump mine one more.
It's possible, yes. But unlike Alyssa, I have not been on the sports betting market. Yeah, or do I go for a bit of design action for the future? No, I'm going to go up on the reliability track as well, I think.
Okay. So again, chassis, engine, and battery for Martin.
Henry Ford, a well-known copier.
Indeed. Fine chap, Henry Ford. Just don't mention the fascism.
Details. All right, so
Engine,
I'm up.
Engine 2, right?
An engine, yep. I get an engine. Please, can I have an engine?
You know what? I am all for branching out a little bit. I'm fine with that. And given where things are, I feel okay about it. So let's go ahead and bump me up on the safety. No, let's go design. So that's me. That's my one. So I'm going to get paint because that seems important. So that's a battery for me. Engine and paint, which is...
It's C, so it's over on your
Oh,
side.
yeah, I just missed it. My bad. There we go. Those are my 3 that I have. And then purple, you're up.
All right. I was thinking about going brakes, but
Safety.
safety. But as I recall, if it's all tied, the higher one goes first.
Yep.
So I'm pretty much forced to follow Edward.
Now, had I gone safety,
I would have gone safety.
Yeah, all right,
I was
and
gonna-
seat.
Yeah, I was gonna follow you no matter what. What I didn't want to do is pick pick the chassis just because.
And that would let Edward still build it.
Not only that, but it's also just bigger.
Yes, it is.
These are nice small pieces.
So engine and...
They pair well
right.
with the gigantic engine.
Right, which is the biggest piece in...
Yes, it's the largest piece.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, so the next one here is set the focus. So whoever has the most Gantt charts, so this will go in Gantt chart order there, and then choose any you choose. So here we go. So red currently has access to an engine. The thing he would get for going first or second is access to paint, because there are 2 markers up there on the design. So,
You know, having a little bit of a Gantt chart lead is nice.
yep.
I'm just going to choose to maintain that and not
Okay.
change anything
Martin?
right now.
doing the same thing as Ken. It's worrying, but no, I felt I'm not going to worry too much the first round and keep my Gantt charts dry.
So now the decision really comes down to me, because what it comes down to is, do I want to also build a chassis? That's a ton of stuff. And adding another letter right now doesn't feel great. But Nope, I'm not gonna. I'm gonna stay where I'm at.
I am also staying for the
Okay.
same reasons. It's just not.
Okay.
But building 3 letters seems risky.
Yes.
So Martin and I do have access then to paint.
You both do.
You do.
Correct.
Oh,
So
nice.
there's that. And now, having access to does not mean
We
you're using
must
or
build.
building. Right.
That's right.
So here we go. We are now in Build Factory. Now, how we're going to do this, so this is not a 7-hour stream. Everybody's going to build at the same time. And again, just like we weren't streaming, unless somebody feels the need, hey, I need to see what people are going to be doing.
Yeah.
So everyone is going to quietly build on their own. And for me, y'all are going to kind of follow along with mine.
Saying
So-
minimum
Can I
of
get a-
cursing is what you mean when you say
No,
quietly?
no, curse away.
Is
not
whimpering
curse away.
allowed?
Can I get the arrows? if you
Yeah.
need it?
Oh, one other thing.
need-
See blue, see purple.
Here, we'll just do this.
Okay.
This is what
Okay.
we've been doing: A, B, C, and D. Everybody can grab your own your own colors
Yeah.
as you need.
Okay.
All right.
blue,
So
C,
actually, this way y'all be able to
Main line
see
as well.
everybody. Oh yeah, and yeah, Martin and I both need a main line.
I also need mainline.
Okay, and Alyssa, I apologize. You get a main line. You get a main line. Also, last reminder: planning office and marketing. Okay.
Too aggressive to try to build a second main line on the first turn?
God bless you. You can.
It's not impossible. It's just a bad idea.
Just saying.
Yeah.
And also, remember, at the end of our building, this is going to come out also. So,
Is blue C one of the ones that's
okay.
a missing arrow?
Yeah. So, real quick, there is
You want the green to.
some misprints on the first edition.
You want a green.
A green to go
Is
with?
the green
Okay.
the ones that are misprint.
Okay.
You can print this off on BGG. This is available out there, and use some sticker paper to put them on. Honestly, that's laborious and tedious. So what we've done instead is taken some extra micro cubes that we have, smaller cubes, and place them on the arrows. That way we use the same color backing, but the arrows will be orange or yellow, really. So
Yep.
it's yellow and blue if we need. So just FYI. Okay? Okay. Now that that's done, I will. That's terrible.
Hating this already.
Yep.
Are you kidding me?
What?
It's just like not the right shape no matter what I do.
Yeah. Oh, Maybe that's not terrible.
Oh, it's terrible.
Oh, I'm sure it is.
Don't kid yourself.
Maybe. So. Maybe. Yeah, I need a baby blue cube when you get a chance, please. Thank you. Unfortunately, this is not going to be the most exciting part for you all watching at home, but it is what it is, because, well,
It's the game.
it's hard. Yeah.
Ugh,
Yeah, I agree. Gesundheit.
that's just not a good solution to this problem. And I'm just full on punting on D. Just full on punting on
I
D.
like it. Oh, right. That's what I'm forgetting. Dealership.
Oh yeah, mainline, huh? Probably should put a mainline in there.
Oh,
Can I get a mainline? Oh no, I have one. Never mind.
Okay, there you go. You're fine.
I was like, wait a minute.
No.
I
Okay.
have a lot of space.
Looking at Alyssa's board and seeing that she's also full on punting on D makes me feel a little better about that approach.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like D's a second dealership thing.
Oh, God.
Great.
Okay. Let me see a chassis, please. I can't build it yet, but thank you, Vanna. Oh, God. This is horrible.
Yep.
Oh, God. This is terrible. Oh, wait.
Would that just be the...
Okay. Maybe. Yeah. Totally forget about the dealership. That seems important.
What if that?
Okay.
Am I going to regret that?
Probably.
Absolutely.
I vote yes.
I think we'll do it that way, just in case. I think there's less possible regret that way.
That's what you think.
Don't remember you said that. Here you go. And put that back up, if you would. Oh, God, this is horrible. I heard that.
Shrey, for me, this board is biggest, so I'm starting with my biggest dealership because trying to find space for it on the smaller boards later, I found is harder. So I started with
Yeah, because you notice they're different sizes, right? Yeah.
So I started with the big dealership on the big board, figuring it's a little easier to find space for it here than later.
So I need to decide what direction we're going to go with that. Oh, God.
I suppose I am
Well,
permanently.
what if we did this? It gives us 2 of them.
Yeah, that
Does not allow C.
I am killing my marketing permanently if I do this. Maybe I
That's
don't.
okay.
Maybe I don't do that.
I actually have 2 of the 3 C's
I
already.
guess I locked in. So
Oh, I like this. Oh, I like this a lot, actually.
You locked in.
yeah, I built this, so I'm not going to change
Oh, I
it.
see.
Done. So, Alyssa and I are the ones that are done currently.
Just
Oh, you build a lot. Some turns you don't really build. You just add little spec air indicators.
Yeah.
Other times you're like, but ow. So, yeah, we'll see.
May I have a planning department and
Oh, right.
a research department, please?
Right. Forgot about that. Okay, and since I said we're going to, let me see, I guess that'll be upside down. So if I'm not going to build there, I will put that, or at least not right now.
do that instead.
That
Go there.
sucks. Maybe
Yeah. Let me get
That's
an R&D,
better.
please. Thank you.
I mean, basically making room for one very specific
Now, it's
kind of.
remember, this gets placed last, so you can't actually build anything on it yet.
I don't know. I'm sticking with my original plan.
Could I use space more poorly than that? Let's see if I can figure out a way.
I have confidence. This is all right. Yeah, I'm done.
I believe in you.
Thank you. When it comes to using space poorly, I think I've earned your belief. Ay, ay, ay.
Let me see the chassis again.
Sure. Wait, are you like putting those up your sleeve? Where are those going? Does I need to see one more chassis? Just one more.
Right now, I hate yours and your own so much.
This will have to do, I think.
Yeah. All right.
A cube situation.
Yeah, what you need?
I need a green and a blue and a purple.
Sir? All right. So now that we're approaching being done for the first round, I will go ahead and start talking about mine. So, obviously place those at the beginning of the game. Then, here you go. I have my main line. I have 2 C's, and I have their respective arrows pointing at them. So these path back go there. And then the engine, which is B, paths back, and that will go there. And to be clear, I have 1 green, I have 1 blue, and I have 1 purple. Hence, I am allowed to build those things. Then, dealership adjacent to the main line. I did go marketing. I would feel dirty if I didn't, given what I do for a living. Next to the dealership, all of that is legit, and I went ahead and built a second R&D as well, and then placed my extension right there as you see. That's me. Who else is done?
I'm done now.
Okay,
Yeah.
so here, go for it, Ken.
Okay.
Show your work.
So started with these 2.
Yep.
Built the second research, built the second planning.
Uh-huh.
Built my main line here, engine. Built my chassis here. Built the battery connected to the paint. And there's my dealership. And building out this way with hopes of maybe some marketing and a second main line
Yep.
to come.
Oh, that looks legit. A, B, and C, all good. So you get.
You'd go ahead and trace them back?
Yep.
All right.
All right. So I started with these 2, and I built a second pair here.
Yep.
Dealership.
That's a giant dealership. Look at it. Look at that amazing show floor they have, though.
Mm-hmm.
It is. I've got my battery and my paint, which I have access to from the research.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And the engine, which is down there. And they all, this traces back. B is directly connected. Mainline dealership are, so I've got 1 of each. I've got space here eventually for marketing. Given what I do, I don't really believe in marketing, so. And space for some A growth up this way, and hopefully some B growth that way at some point.
Martin, are you done faffing about?
Yeah, I'm done.
All right, show your work.
Okay, so...
This is incredible, by the way. I love that he went a completely different direction.
yeah, I decided to go very differently bonkers. So it will be a blue there, because it's a blue arrow, really.
And a purple. I got you. Oh, you got one over
We
there.
got 'em.
Sorry.
We got 'em.
All right. Yep. Good.
I got them. So my thinking here was to try and really load up on the Ganton research as much as possible. Deliberately not building things like the engine and the chassis, because I'll be able to build them next go. Mm-hmm. So, and if I get access to the battery, I'll at least get into the 1 line. There's no cars in the 2 lines, right? So
You make a fair point.
I'm probably gonna sell it. Well, hopefully I'll get to sell a car. I'll get one of those 4 spots. That's all I'm going to do. And so I'm going to sell this round, expand future. I've got some Gantt charts in place so that I can hopefully push myself up the turn order. I've got research to push myself up the research tracks. And I'm just hoping I'm going to be able to build out and save myself from whatever I've done to myself as the game goes on.
Love it. All right. So we are done now with phase 3. So we go into here. Each planning department produces Gantt charts. So Martin, go for it. You have 3.
I have 3, yes.
Okay. I have 1. Yellow. Red.
I have 2.
I also have 2.
Okay, done. Okay. Update the specs. Like I said, we've already done that. Just a reminder there. And now we go into 5 in reverse order, starting with Alyssa. And now, here we go. Place sales windows. All right. So, Alyssa, you have no marketing. Baby window.
Correct.
And everybody produces 1 car, by the way. Okay?
And
It literally, I don't think, matters.
right, the only one that has a car that they can't sell is Martin can't sell that car.
This one, because he does not have a green cube, only has, and move your cubes, Martin, into your dealership.
Oh, yes, sorry.
Purple and a blue.
Yep, so Martin only has purple and blue, so.
Who needs an engine? Who needs a chassis?
And so you'll notice Alyssa just put the car that she sold on the main line itself. Point for me there. So it shows capacity, right? So as you're selling, as the game gets more involved.
And I
So
sell
that
for
is
6.
done. So now it is yours truly. So I have a steamroller, and I get the second size. So here, because marketing doesn't matter right now, but and I can put it there because I do have a blue minimum spec there, having qualified, or the 1 there. So I will go ahead though and sell that one, which that'll go there for 6. Blue has no marketing.
So I put one there.
Yep.
I'll take that one. Not for it matters.
Okay. And 6 and Ken.
Okay. So Alyssa is going next.
It
I'm
doesn't
at a
matter.
capacity, so-
Everyone's at max capacity. It doesn't
never
matter.
mind.
Yeah.
So it doesn't
Right
matter.
now it's a cow's opinion.
Trying to think ahead to turns when it might actually
You just
matter.
can't stop yourself from
I
thinking, how
cannot.
can I block other people?
That's right.
It's just so automatic.
So
Right, so now
Party-
$6.
Yep.
if Edward had capacity, he could sell that car because it's still in his window.
Right. So okay. So technically, here we're there. We go back to purple. Does not have capacity. If yellow had capacity, because this is in my window, is what Alyssa's saying, I could sell that car, but unfortunately, there's a customer waiting, but there's a shortage here in Mannheim to be able to manufacture. So we go through. Nobody else can make it. We're done with selling. So now we come back. Everybody can pull your sales marker, your windows back up. Hey, game over? No.
To your window.
So then we just go
you ever
into
try to
phase
pick
7.
up a coat hanger from a pile of coat hangers?
Replace the obsolete. Here we go. So we're going to switch them out. So, nails. Thank you. And now that I know I have this one, I will never not have it unless it gets bigger. That'll just hang out right there. Okay. All right. So this is going to go away. So the priority marker is going to advance. The minimum specs will go there. This goes out. Ken.
This goes out.
And then,
This goes up.
and then,
I'm not allowed to touch him, so you do it.
oh, will you stop with that? Come on. Okay, yeah, well, haha. So obviously that one be cut.
Which ones were on here? Were these two?
They're
I think
on
it was like
C.
that,
No,
right?
these are on 0. Those are on
I'm not doing it on purpose. I'm just trying here.
Oh, you?
Like this.
You're not.
Like
really?
this. I'm not.
Okay,
like
I'm
this.
shocked. Yes, that is.
Okay. All right.
So now, to be able to sell on these axis, or this one axis,
Yep.
you got to have purple cubes, unless it's down there. All right, so we have done that, and now we're going to place cards out there, okay? And then sparks, yada, yada, yada. So only our ones are available. So only those are, and it's the exact same 2 for everybody. Martin?
Oh, yes. Yep. Sorry. Still whimpering at my factory layout already.
So, a moment.
on the wrong side of the board.
It's funny how having two choices sometimes is still kind of difficult, huh?
Boy, is it. So, in engineering order. So that's red. So blue now places one. Okay. So assuming that. That seems a bit aggressive. Could we do it there? No. But there, yes. There. I chickened out. Last second I wanted to go up there, but
I thought about it.
I did too. All right, flip them over. And we put out sparks. So,
One here.
go for it. And so here,
Agreed.
this quadrant is going to be that one, and this one is going to be there. And bring those back out. 1, 2, 3 time all day. So
Those cards are asymmetric.
2, 3.
Yes, they are asymmetric. Somebody said they're not actually identical decks.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
Cards are.
Hadn't realized that, but it does make sense.
Yep. One there. One there. Done. And now we're going to put out, shuffle those up. Because it's 4 players. 2, 1, and 1.
I guess they can just go face up.
Yep.
Car here.
So that is that one. Done. And then we put out the price markers. 6, 4. Interesting. Okay. That is the end of the first round. Hopefully it makes sense. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I do appreciate you showing people how easy it is to drop pieces off of the.
Happy to do it.
tracks.
Happy to do it. No, I
Maybe
was
a
just
team play.
trying to demonstrate for folks.
Okay, so now that we've gone through everything step by step here, I'm not going to come back to this every time.
Yep.
So now, research in engineering order red. How many do you have?
I have 2.
Okay.
One on thank you. One on capacity.
You don't have to, but if you,
It's too tight.
if you like points, though.
And I think we'll have one on but that's not me. But that's not me.
What's on you?
I'd love to move up on design, but it's not my marker.
Oh, you can. I'm happy to
Oh,
have
I
you.
know I can. I know I can. But it makes more sense to move up on something that would give me a little relative worth.
Thank you. Normal, the band, says I wasn't sure if I was going to buy until Ken's dropping demonstration.
That's right. That's
Good
right.
player.
It's very, it shows the appeal. I will move up on speed.
You'd be red. Because
Okay.
you have so much room for the. Oh, that's just the engine.
It's just the old engine.
Yeah,
And I would like to point out,
Save a spot.
leave room for a horn.
Blue. You have 2. How many? No,
3.
3
I have 3.
research. Okay.
So
I'm just
one,
gonna assume.
one on its capacity.
And you can never go up more than 1 on any track. Did we say that?
No, that's not true. You can only move a marker a single time on your turn.
Right. You can never move yourself up more than 1 on any track.
That would follow the first rule I just gave.
Yes.
So yes.
Nobody else is moving up on assembly
Well, no,
capacity. so-
you're not allowed to move. Yeah, this you can move a max of 1 because you're not
Yeah.
allowed to move anybody else's, right?
Yeah.
So, All right, so. And this is right. This is one of those core pivot points in the game right here. Or the range. I'm sorry, the research, building a factory. Obviously, setting focus. All these are important. There is not a single trivial decision. I don't think in the game.
I think put me 1 on the safety.
Blue.
Yep.
So low brakes. Action.
And 1 on reliability, I think it's got to be.
Up on the chassis. Okay.
Yep.
So that's all three.
You don't have to build those in order, right? I can build that before
Absolutely.
I build that.
The key here is you have access to the chassis or to the right. Correct.
Good.
Yep. 100%. All right. So I'm up. I have 2. I'm gonna keep up with the Joneses. I think. You know what? I'm not sure on that. So a moment. What?
That's where the card came up.
From the car. From the
Oh, of course.
I'm going to incentivize people to spend their Gantt charts. So that's going to be 1.
That certainly encouraged me.
I have to. Yeah. 2. Done. And Alyssa, how many do you have?
2.
All right.
Assembly. I just can't.
I wanted to not. I'll be honest, I really did.
Sure.
But, yeah. Christopher, well, given the era, the paint color's likely a trivial decision. Any color, so long as it's black. So.
Yep.
And what are you thinking on the second one?
I'm thinking either design or safety.
Okay, so to hell with reliability. I hear you, right? Who needs that stuff?
Yeah. Well, reliability is going away.
Fact, it is, because this is right
Yep.
there.
So that seems less important.
Yep.
I got the one that it's when it goes away, there's going to be a requirement of 1, but I've got that one already. So,
Right.
So I feel good about that. Getting up to design, though, let's Ken or Martin have that. That gives it access to a second person. Because it'd be 2. I think I'm going to do. I think I'm going to do safety.
Okay. I would like to point out I already hate my decision. Just to be clear, I realize I made a mistake on something. So. Whee!
Great.
Yeah. Right. All right. Hey, set focus. There's Gantt.
There's a board for that.
Yeah, there was. It wasn't that serious, but I just hate my decision. Gantt. So red, because higher tide. It goes between those 2. So red. Would you like to spend all 6?
Nope.
Okay. Blue. Would you like to spend all 6 to choose a position? Note: do not have to go first.
No,
Right?
I don't. And for instance, I could push on the sales side.
So angry at myself right now. So pissed off.
Be interesting.
Yep, glory to Rome to me. Yep. And yep, I will explain why here in a bit.
Is it going to make a difference? I suspect.
If you're an idiot and you know it, clap your hands.
No, I'm not going to. I'm going to hold as
Appreciate
well.
the solidarity.
You're going to hold?
I think
Wow! Oh, this is what I'm hating my life about. All right, I'll talk it out, right? I have access to the door. Let me see the door, please. Nope. Yep. So, there's that. Okay.
So did Martin decide not to move?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he did not.
Okay.
If I choose to go to either of those, I have access to the frame And the chassis then.
Yep.
May I see those? Please? Thank you, sir.
Got it.
So, I would like to point out for everybody, A is right here.
Decidedly not fitting all three of those.
Or two of them.
Let me, hold on. No. So if we did that,
Yeah, I don't think you even fit two of them, do you?
you probably could fit the frame in the door.
I don't know if I could. Let's see. No.
No.
Wow.
So, what is it? The 5 P's, is it? Piss poor planning.
Prevents
Performance?
Poor performance or something like that.
Yeah.
Was me. So, if this were here.
So no then?
That sounds like a no.
That's what I heard.
I heard a no.
You could spend them to go first in sales. Just saying, could happen. A thing you could do.
It is a thing he could do.
Well, and here's the other problem. If I don't do this, looking at sales, now, I currently have that window, right? And I'm pretty sure I can't fit. I could theoretically do that, but I would have to have a third, and that ain't happening. So that's moot. So I can't even place that there. I need to have a second. Well, if I'm not at least second, I can't get a second on blue. So those are blocked off to me, which then leaves me here, maybe. So yeah, so many bad decisions. And the fact that blue is getting 2 Gantt charts every turn, 2 Gantt charts, 2 Gantt charts. So if I do spend them, oh God. No. Yeah, I'll spend them. A moment.
Man, how are you gonna, just gonna build one? Move up there and build one?
The key is getting one of those. And the fact that I pushed this track, that's where I messed up, see? You see what the problem is. I can't even get access. Well, I do have a blue, don't I? You know what? I won't. Done. Final answer. Because I do have a blue already, so I'm good.
All right, so I have the same conundrum. Whereas getting a second blue would be nice.
Be wonderful. Gives you access to those, right?
Mm-hmm. But I do have access to a second purple.
Have access to a second purple. Oh, because of this, you mean? You would get access to a second purple.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Zergtos makes a good point. Is it even really a Splotter if you don't glory to roam yourself?
I think I have to.
Okay. So you're spending them?
Yep.
And
Relatively cheap spend.
First?
Yes.
Okay.
Because I do have some room on A.
Oh, must be. Yeah, if I did, it would be a no-brainer for me. So then, residual there. Everybody. Well, okay. I don't have access to these, but
I do.
Yep. There you go.
Thank you.
Team player. No problem.
And door.
And some folks have access to brakes over there.
Yeah.
So
I will go ahead and take one.
A brake.
Yeah.
Okay.
Give me some brakes and an engine.
Go and.
Brakes and an engine.
And probably some.
Put the markers up, please.
Good call.
I am forced to choose between.
Give me a chassis and a door as well, just in case I can find room for them.
So we are building. And if I didn't say this during the teach, the arrow needs to point at the part that it's, giving the cube to.
Yeah.
I think I did, but in my head, maybe I didn't. So
I don't have access to a door because I'm second.
correct. Only me and Alyssa have access.
I don't have access to a frame.
Yep.
That's you and Martin. No. That's Alyssa and Martin.
Oh, that's a good point, Shrey. I would have gotten access. Alyssa, you also have access to. Oh, you already did. Never mind. I would have gotten access to brakes as well. Up there
I
on the
think,
yellow.
given that safety is coming in next time, I've got to choose safety over speed. But maybe that's a reason to build my next factory floor over here.
So
Give myself a little room to grow.
Oh, and I would have had access to the red engine. Oh my God, I should have done it.
Oh, right, I get access to Red Engine, which is important.
Yep, because Ken's
Yep.
up on the red engine there.
Because that's just an arrow. I just need to add an arrow for that. So I should do that immediately so I don't forget.
I would like to point out, I am allowed to do this.
Okay.
Oh, try that again.
Well pointed out.
There, because of the fact that it's adjacent to a loading area.
Makes sense.
Okay. So, okay.
Not much happening.
Research, please. This will not happen again. I'll hate my life still, but for decision making, but
Come on, stay where I put you, please.
And if I build a second main line here, it's going to make this dealership terrible. Because it
Correct.
goes to the least common denominator, right?
right.
Right, building two dealerships on the same main line.
At least you get access to more parts of the board.
They match, right? Like your dealerships will end up being the exact same specs.
Sure.
But they share capacity.
Right.
If you have multiple main lines on the same dealership,
Share your main lines.
then it's the worst of the main lines is the dealer.
Yep. Yep. Yeah. Oh, God. That's gross. That is gross.
Yeah, I'm not even considering a second main line yet.
I mean, I really want one.
Oh, yeah.
Not a lot of building. May I have a yellow cube as well, please?
So many mistakes.
So I suppose the only question mark is whether I want to add research or planning stuff. So there's room for planning there.
Nothing.
Built.
May I have a research and a planning, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
This is legal, right? Having them both look at the same
Yeah, oh,
space.
totally.
Yeah, 'cause they're not- yeah.
As long as they're not intersecting.
Seems like a good idea as well. Mm-hmm. If I were playing sensibly, I would have thought of that. Me
So
playing
many
sensibly
mistakes.
is not the next problem. is to
Oh, why didn't I
avoid
do that?
Right, I can't actually build on here this time. Can I afford to give up that much space? Yes.
Okay,
in
well, what if we
theory.
did this then instead? Okay. I mean, if you're gonna hate it,
Hate it all the way.
I mean, lean into it, right? Oh God, that's horrible. That's... Oh my God.
Of course not. That would. Of course that would. It'd be too easy if that fit.
I mean, I want everything in my. I want to put that there. I so want to put that there, but I can't. No.
allow me to potentially do that. Okay, that's cool. Next time. I mean, 2 next times from now.
I'm pretty sure I'm doing this.
I'm done.
I'm just debating whether or not. No.
So you look clean on the blue and the purple, Alyssa. Good on yellow.
Good on.
And
So-
good on red because you have the
And then I'm
engineering
just
focus.
matching because
That's
it's connected to the same.
Makes
cylinder.
sense. Yeah.
And then those. And then added that down here, as y'all saw, down south. So. Okay, now
So
I
you're
guess.
just adding yellow, which looks good.
Just adding yellow.
There you go. That's as far as the camera goes. So, a screen.
Yeah, so you're encroaching on the central board as well, just like me.
So, this is killing me. If I just done that and just left that, so many mistakes have been made.
Yeah, tell me about it. I have no sympathy because I've made just as many.
Yep. Just,
It's round 2, right?
boy, you can tell by the number of extensions.
Yep. No, I'm just saying. There's a lot of time for more mistakes.
Oh yeah. Oh, plenty of time. Yeah, we're done. Yeah. All right. Done.
Take these.
Yeah.
Oh, I've got them.
Okay. All right. Planning, produce Gantt charts. So.
Still produce
want
2?
to check Martin's and make sure his all moved
yeah.
over there.
Okay. Hold on. Leave it there. So here, we'll might as well use the camera.
That one.
Okay. Yep.
Green goes
Yep.
that way, and purple goes that way.
The green is the what?
Here.
Oh yeah.
Engine.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. Ken and I checked ours.
Yep. I
And
had.
this blue here goes that way.
Yep. In the peanut gallery, I had checked mine, so it was
Cool.
It was all of one cube. So, all right. So Gantt charts. Sorry, I get 2, red and blue. How many do y'all have?
3.
3. Oh, by the way, notice this is also a time marker. So, okay.
Hang on. I think I've done something wrong.
How?
How do I have a door? I can't have a door, surely.
Nope.
Nope.
And you're right. You're right. Yep.
Why did I think I had a door? I don't know. Okay.
Should make selling things a little easier for Alyssa.
Yeah.
Okay. So
By the way,
Gantt
2
charts.
purple?
Martin.
I am.
3.
3 Gantt charts. Sorry, I'm still
And
checking.
Alyssa?
I'm worried I've made some other mistake.
2.
Is that what I had? And that can't fit. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, you needed this. The
Yeah,
chassis.
no, it doesn't fit. So
That
it
doesn't
doesn't matter.
All right. So that's Gantt charts done. So selling in that order. Well, I still only have the 1 marketing. That's all Manheim will ever have. So I have 2 blue and a purple. So 2 blue and a purple. Well, this is interesting. So who all has, right, so I have access to these 6.
Yep.
Right there, right, areas. Everybody has 2 blue. Okay?
Yes.
So I can sell 2 cars. Question is, do I do this, but am I going to get a second, is the thing. So Martin has access to 1 purple and 2, so he's in the same boat I am. He also, so if I go, I'm selling, interesting. Alyssa has 2 purple.
Yep. Yeah, I'm selling 2 cars.
How?
I'll
Just-
talk about it when I get
just
there.
2
but I have 2
dealerships.
dealerships, so I have 2.
Oh, you have 2 markers. Oh, wow,
2
you
dealerships
do.
on 1 main line, which I'll talk about why I did that in a minute.
Yes.
Okay.
That makes sense.
I guess what I'm trying to see is, am I going to get away with selling 2 of those, is the question. I'm the only one that could.
Is that? No, that's not really there. It's really there, right?
Yep.
Is it worth the risk for the $4 to risk 2 to gain 4? I think it is. So I'll put that there. I sell in 1 quadrant or 1 niche. So I'll take that one. So that's going to be $6. That goes on there, and 6 to 12. That's yellow. Blue.
Blue, I have my Kansas City. I've got 2 blues, 1 purple.
So it's those,
Yeah,
essentially.
my best bet has got to be this one, because then I take
Yep.
those 2 for 8.
8
So I'm
for
not getting a
blue.
second one any other way.
There. And that's your capacity. So Martin's
Yep.
completely done selling. And now we go to red.
I'm gonna take a short break.
You can.
Can what?
You might as well sell for 6 instead of 4.
Correct.
Okay, so that's 6 for red. There, and Alyssa, go ahead. We're all ears.
All right, so I put 2 dealers on the same main line. Since they're on the same main line, they have the exact same specs. But what it does is I had to choose between fitting marketing in,
Yep.
which would get me a square of 2x2, or putting out my second dealer, which is the exact same size, and gets me 2 2s.
Yep.
2 2x1s, which gets me the exact
A little
same coverage,
flexibility, right?
But it gets me the flexibility to do this, and I'll be able to sell that one next time.
Okay, that makes sense. So it's going to be a 6 here. So party at 12. And now we come back to me. I've only sold 1 car.
Yep. You can do it.
So it was a good calculated risk
Yep.
there. And that's going to be 6. Maybe it wasn't, maybe it was obvious. I don't know to other people. But in the moment, I wasn't sure if I was going to get away with it.
Yeah, I mean, Martin definitely could have stopped you.
Right.
I couldn't stop you.
So,
But this was better for Martin. Martin got 8 instead of 6.
yeah, exactly.
Is it better for Martin to get 8 and Edward to get 12? Or for Martin to get 6 and Edward to get 6?
Oh, that's a fair point. Yeah.
So, sold. Now Ken,
Is empty.
he only
Cannot do
sold
it.
1, could
Yep.
sell 2, but
Yep.
no customers. And then Alyssa, it's going to be
Sells
another 6
Yep.
for purple. There we go. And we'll reverse those so you can see them all since the Ben's sign. There we go. That's selling. Okay. Anybody win? Trigger the end of the game? No.
Nope.
Okay. Replace the obsolete. Yep. I got you.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Grab it. Got that. And here we go. All right. Price markers can go away. That one goes away. So blue advances the priority marker. Reliability comes out.
Safety goes in.
Here, real quick. Hold it temporarily. So 2 to 1, right? That's why. So yeah, safety's coming in. Push those up. There we go.
And blue just came out, right? So this should have slid.
To the second spot.
That's exactly right.
Okay. And we already switched this because yellow just came out, so there. And now can play cards. You can play 1s or 2s. Okay. There. Those are the options. All right, so purple.
2 purple. Not likely to be getting more.
Oh, and that's why. Wait a minute. How did I screw this up? I feel like.
The old-fashioned way.
You earned it.
Paint is purple.
Okay.
Thankfully, check it out. Paint's purple. And the battery...
It's blue. You
It's
just have
blue.
the
You just had it on the wrong spot. Yeah.
Okay, so hold on. So there's one purple, right. So blue and the door... the door's purple. That's what messed me up. Ay vey.
Oh, so you should have 2 purple cubes and 1 blue.
Yeah, but it... Oh. It went... God damn it. Yep, I screwed that up, which means...
That's all right. You would have sold these 2, and I would have sold some up here.
Yeah.
It would have worked out.
What would have happened? Oh.
He couldn't.
Yeah, I couldn't
this.
sell up there. It was here and here. I could have. Yeah, I know, but we're not going to roll it back. So that was my bad.
I'm pretty sure it works out for me either way because of the flexibility.
Yes, I'm pretty
But
sure.
it might not
I'm pretty
have
sure it worked
worked
out
out
better
for
for me. If it goes
Worked
the other
out
way.
better for you?
Of course.
The other way?
Yeah.
Yeah?
It's okay though.
Oh, did it?
Yeah, because I could sell all 3 of those.
No, I would have stolen at least 1.
You can only sell 2, Ken.
Right, but I could reach all 3 because I have the doodad.
Right, well, so could I, but...
Well, no, you couldn't. That's the point.
No, right, so it would have been down... Hold on, where was this... Hold on, we're going to be able to fix it real quick. A moment. Without rolling it back. Angers me, though. That's my bad. So I would have sold 1, and...
I would have sold 1 of the top ones and 1 of the 2x1s that you would.
Whichever one you didn't sell.
I would have sold this.
Yes.
Alyssa would have sold that.
Yes. Well, I would have sold 1 up here.
Right, and 1 there.
And that one.
Ken could have gotten 2. So
Yeah.
just do this.
So you're back
me
6,
back 6.
and
1,
Ken-
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
And Ken's up 6.
And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I'm not.
There we go.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm almost positive.
No.
I do think it's right, but
No, I do too.
Yeah.
I think so. So there you go. Fixed. So my bad. Damn it.
what are you gonna do?
Okay, so now that I know my chart is right, golly. I shouldn't make that mistake. So
It happens.
2 purple means I have access to that. Okay.
Wait, it's not me.
It is.
I'll just pretend like I didn't do
I
that.
didn't do that. Sorry. It's not me either.
Now it's me.
Yeah.
Hold on. Sorry. Yes. Because the board's upside down, I just realized I wanted to make sure that's what I wanted.
That's literally the only time in 3 games I've done that.
It's hard, man. I
is.
have almost done it several times.
Yeah, it's very easy to lose track of things on that.
I think that's a little aggressive for me, so I think I have to settle on that. Flip them over. And sparks. So we have 1 here and 1 here. And this one is there and there. And hold on, don't take those away yet. Where were they?
Oh, sorry. Yes, of course you want time, don't you?
Right.
Woo.
2, 4, 6 time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now you can take them away, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. And now we'll populate. So. And now put out the randoms. So that goes here. Okay. There we go.
And now it's 6, 4, 3.
Yeah, 6. There's one right there that causes it. That is
And
that
that
car.
one
Oh,
Yeah, those two.
Those 2 cars. Good call. So there we go.
Yep.
Mostly selling for 4 here
Yep.
this time.
The mid-size, if you will. All right. Research. Purple. What you got?
I have 3.
Go for it.
Assembly capacity.
There's one. So is it making sense to everybody at home now? Hopefully. Again, if y'all are enjoying it, give us a thumb, please. Hit a little bell notification, subscribe, all that fun stuff.
Go up on safety.
That's 2.
And you can just hold on to it. I don't have any spot. Actually, give it to me because I might build another one. What's the third one? Makes sense here. Looks like reliability is likely to be the one that comes out next.
Likely.
So 3.
All right, red. How many do you have?
I have 3. Assembly for sure. Let's go speed 1.
2.
And
Me. Thanks, Adam, I think. Adam says this is way better than the rule book. Wait till you see what Davis is saying at the end of the show tonight. Rob, I appreciate. That was pretty funny.
ay. This is a hard decision.
You've done 2.
I've
right?
done 2.
Okay.
Lots of things are tempting me.
Talk about it.
Yeah, so I think eventually I'll want up on reliability, but I'm not sure I need it right now. I think eventually I'll want up on safety. Eventually I might wind up on design. I'm also thinking about potentially pushing other folks' items. Let's move me up on reliability.
And what was that that you just went up on? That is the frame. Go and grab a frame.
Okay.
Okay.
It's not getting placed this turn. I'll
Okay.
just spoilers.
Okay. Martin, how many?
Couldn't put an arrow if I put it in.
One
but
on assembly, 1 on safety, and 1 on reliability, please.
And give Martin a bumper.
I just
no.
lost one.
One bumper's gone down to the void.
Leave it. It's
Yeah.
under. Leave it.
yeah,
Well, if we run out, we can grab one out of the bag.
yeah, that's right. There's an extra.
Yeah. All right. So I'm at 3 as well. I mean, this has to happen. There's 1.
Thank you.
So that's going to be 2. So what I'm thinking is brakes is the obvious thing, right? But what are Martin and Ken going to do as far as spending Gantt charts? Because if I'm first or second, I get access to both those anyways. Likely one of them is going to jump up. Are both? I don't know. I don't think Martin will, honestly. I don't think so, because Martin's leading in those, but then again, he might want access. Well, it only gives him one on paint. Maybe he... But if
I've already
so...
got paint.
Oh, you have paint already. So he's not going to. So no, not safety. Okay. So right now, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So blue is coming out. Reliability is coming out.
How can I have paint?
You were second last turn.
Oh, right, yeah, that might
Or,
be.
yeah.
At some point, yeah. So if there are two, though.
So I don't think I need 2 for safety.
Can I get a mainline, Ken?
Or if I did safety,
Mainline.
because that is D, isn't
Thank
it?
you.
Getting that would be nice. But is it important? It's going to be out there for a while, so maybe a... But if I have it built already, it doesn't matter. Do I go ahead and blue's coming in? Yeah, go and bump me up on reliability on the chassis, please. Yellow.
Ah, I
That's
see.
my 3.
There you go.
Chassis, please. All right, that's everybody. So now, set focus, most Gantt charts. Starting here is going to go red, because red is higher up than here. So are you moving up?
I think I do need to. Yeah, so I'm going to take, yep, exactly right.
Okay, spends all of those. So Martin was at 8 or 9.
9.
Okay.
So Ken's grabbing first spot. I was thinking of it would be nice to grab something from the design track, but I'm not going there anyway. Anything useful? What's the second thing on speed? A D horn, is it?
Yeah. Maybe.
Right, but you're not getting that, because Ken's first.
That's true. Ken's, so there's no real advantage for me, so I am not spending my Gantt charts. I don't think I'm going to go on sales, yeah.
Because
Yeah,
of those.
absolutely.
I had to. So I need a break. And please. B.
Break.
And oh, you did choose to spend them, but to go for sales. Mm-hmm. Okay. So that will go there. So
Seems wise.
That's where we're at now. All right. Go ahead and build your stuff. I don't think we're worried about anything running out yet. I don't think. Here. If you need... There you go. How's that? Easier?
Can't.
Okay, sorry. That's all right.
It's all good.
Nope. Not building this turn.
May I have the headlight, please?
Yep. You're welcome.
Yes, thank you.
You mooch.
Needed it.
So what can I build? What's this? It's a chassis.
Purple D.
I don't have room for a chassis.
I want to make sure I don't screw this again.
I literally don't have room for anything this turn. I have planned poorly.
Well, it was a great turn last turn.
It was a good turn last turn.
May I have a purple and a red cube, please?
I got you. Yeah.
Thanks. And then what else do I have access to? Door. I want to do that for sure.
So the break is definitely going there. That'll be a yellow A.
Go back over
do you
there
need?
when you get a chance.
Purple A. Thank you. Wow. We have another purple cube, please.
Yeah, Melissa's good.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, I guess you're not doing anything. Clear off your, by the way, your main line if you have it.
Oh, I suppose I ought to go ahead and do this engine speed thing that I set up like a couple turns ago. So that's a red B.
So if I did that. Then I can't actually, so that can't work.
And a red cube, please.
I don't know. Okay. Is there a door anywhere else other than here? I don't think there is there?
I don't see one. I mean, it's on the door. Look on the door. No.
Oh, right. Yeah, door.
I know I can't use this. I'm just fantasizing.
What? That is massive.
Okay.
I think that's dumb.
Oh, brutal.
That is a
And nobody got to the instrument panel yet, right? That didn't happen.
That did not happen.
Okay.
What else on the B's that I need to worry about? That is an engine. I don't need to worry about that. A gas can. Don't need to worry about. Rotors. Or a transmission. Oh god, that thing's huge.
Sure
Well,
is.
May I see it, actually?
Yeah, I'm gonna take one again too, just so I can.
Pass me main lines so that I can
Imagine.
fiddle around for the future.
Nope. Yeah, that's going to require. Oh, but if I block it off that way.
That's actually probably better.
Yes. Yes.
How am I screwing this up? I should be a B. God, wait. I just.
Oh,
Wait, what are do I have access to brakes? Oh, I already have the damn brakes.
Happy to help. I actually think that might be kind of clever. So maybe I wasn't a total idiot, just a partial idiot. D yellow.
One's better than the other.
Right? And then this can get added via
That still
later.
works.
I like it. Rotor or training.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay. So,
2 research departments, please.
Oh, I moved over here.
yeah, can I get one, please?
Starting to wonder whether. Huh. I'm
I
done.
realize those are wasted, but I think they were going to be.
You can move me down.
Probably Alyssa as well.
Hold on.
Okay, not yet. Just kidding. Okay. So red, I can ask this of for sure. Red, how many can't do you have?
3.
Okay.
Okay, now I'm done.
And Martin, you're done. How many Gants do you have? You have 3 as well.
3, yes.
Okay, that makes that choice. You're done.
Mm-hmm.
Now that you're done, how many do you have?
4.
Okay. Oh, sorry. I have not placed this yet. Okay, give me a second. Where am I, by the way?
I believe you moved here, right?
Yep.
Didn't you?
I did.
Yep.
Right, yeah, I had to be, right. Oh God. I'm second. Let me get the frame,
You got it.
please. A moment.
That can still fit on there.
What?
If you move the frame over enough, you can put
Yeah,
like a
over
plating.
there. Yeah, I know. So if that's the case, that is blue A. No, it makes more sense to do it this way.
I want to go for another Gant. I don't know whether it alters your views.
Oh God,
Edward, but
that actually works
actually-
really well.
I'm gonna take one more of these, I think.
I'll take one.
This might be a mistake, but
Okay. Okay.
That's maybe even 2.
Okay. So now that, let me take a look at, let's see, so this is going away. That stain could go there. The steering wheel, I need more A's. I need one more A for that, but I'm already set up for that. And I don't care, and I don't care. So I gotta make room for A, but I don't need that. So potentially
more
B.
sense.
Potentially.
No, I don't need to build the Gant.
Okay, so time to reposition gently.
Actually, this might make even more sense.
Okay. That works.
Plan it for next time.
Done. Okay, and we're all done.
Yep.
Here, we'll start with Alyssa.
I did nothing other than build a bunch of.
Oh my God, you really, wow.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so.
Well, I was deciding between 5 and 6. I now have 6, so I don't have to make decisions anymore. I'll just get one bump on every track for the rest of the game.
You have 6 research?
But that's probably not what you'll really do with that.
Well, you might bump other people's, right?
Well, I mean,
potentially. Yeah. Oh, by
Yeah.
the way, that should have been a time.
Oh, yes.
Yes, good point. Only one we've reached, it looks like.
Yeah, that's what I was checking
Yep.
when she said
But,
that.
but
so.
there are only 2 research tiles left.
Noted.
Okay,
For next
all right.
round.
Cool. Yeah,
I
that'll
feel
be-
like 5 is probably enough.
I don't think I'm getting down here to build anything else, so I figured I might as well fill up the.
Fair enough.
All
Fair
right,
enough.
Martin, show your work.
Well, I didn't do a huge amount. I really just only put this on here to get me a second yellow.
So the windshield.
I've got big open space here.
That's good. Wow. Wow. Yeah, that's massive. All right, so I'll
I'll
go.
do a lot with it next go, hopefully.
Mine was pretty involved here, so
Okay.
just make sure. Okay, don't want to assume. Here we go. Everywhere you see a cube out here, obviously that's just the marker cube, but everywhere I came out. So we got a break, which a break is available because I am second in safety in yellow. Because I am second
Yes.
here, 2 people have already qualified for both of those.
You're good.
Okay, so the break traces a path back there. Done. Then the windshield, same thing, traces a path back there. Done. Also yellow. Then in purple, we have the headlight right there next to the D, or sorry, to D, yeah. So there, that's done. Then down here in the A world, I have access to the chassis and I have access to the frame because, again, second.
Yep.
So, chassis, frame, both are blue. Follow that straight up. There.
Yep.
So all of that is good, and now I have 4 research, 1, 2, 3, 4 Gants done. Just making sure now that, Ken, you're
Yep.
up.
Okay. So I built a door, traces back through A. It's purple.
Yep.
I built a headlight and a horn through D.
Mooching here.
Yep.
And then the horn is yours
My own.
up there.
Yep. That's right.
Okay.
I also built the speed spec indicator on the engine. So
Yep,
it traces back
for your
there.
own.
So one day
Yep.
in the far future when people care about speed, I'm be in really good shape.
Okay. All right. So, and everybody put out their extension. Nobody's built on said extension. We're good to go. That's building. Now, Gantt charts. Blue, how many do you get?
I get 3.
1 ping, 2, 3. So yellow, I'm at 1, 2, 4. And both y'all are at 3?
No, I'm at 4.
You're
3.
at 4. I apologize. 4 and 3. Because you can see through mine. Here we go. All right, there's our Gantt charts. And now we sell in that order.
Yep, so I will sell here. I have
2 purple?
I have 2 purple,
Yep.
and that's all it requires. That is
8.
8. Hold on. Did I? No, that's fine. Yep.
Okay.
2 purple.
8 for purple. Right there, done. Blue.
I have 2 yellow, so I think my best bet is one of these. And that's also 8.
8. Everybody's at 3 capacity, or at 3 selling, right? I can be, let's see. I can sell anything. I need 3 purple. I have, yeah. So now, yeah. So I'm going to assume that no one's going to come for that one by itself at 6. I assume.
Seems reasonable.
Because Alyssa doesn't have 3 purple.
I do not.
Ken does.
Ken does, but he's probably not going to waste it on that.
Right.
I
Really
can't-
would be
I
just a spiteful move to do
Yeah, I
it.
can't see that, so that's going to
Well,
be...
he's got better fish to fry.
Right. 8 puts me to there. Windshield is... sorry, never mind. Okay, done. And Ken,
Okay. So,
you can sell anything as well, right? 3 and 2.
I can. I'm trying to figure out what I would do if I were Alyssa.
For her second, and she's at 2 and 2, so she just can't sell to this one.
That's right.
Yep.
So if I go up here and take Martin's, then there's 2 left there. But 2 is what Alyssa really needs.
Well, she
I
can only sell one at
more.
a time, and she can only
I only
sell one more.
I already sold 2 cars.
Wow. Yeah, so you'd for sure get 2 of them.
If I did this,
Yes, you would get 2 of them.
I would get 2 at 4. But if I'm going to for sure get 2, I might as well get one that costs 6.
I mean, math makes sense.
Yes.
Right, you're just not getting all 3.
Right. It's unlikely.
Well, I'm not necessarily going to get all 3 if I go here either.
If you take that one first.
Yeah, because Alyssa would go over here. Over here.
If you go here, I get 6 and you get 12.
Oh, because you're, well, okay. I'll trust you.
Because, yeah.
Wow, colluding.
Have you
All
got
right.
two yellows? You
Oh my god, I don't have 2 yellows.
You don't have 2 yellows. So you
Yeah,
cannot
so I
go
can't
there.
even do that.
You cheating some.
Yeah.
Takes one to know one.
Good point, Martin.
I was actually saying that of Alyssa, and then I suddenly realised, oh, of course, we haven't got 2 yellows either.
Yeah.
I got my colours the wrong way
Hold
around.
on. Hold on. That spark.
I think it might be here.
There was a 2, 1, and 1
Oh, okay, there we go.
there. Okay.
So then, but I can do this.
You can.
And so that's still probably my most profitable play, to go there and take
Well,
the
which
6.
one do you take?
The 6.
A 6.
Because anybody in that square can reach all of them. So I might as well take the expensive one.
Okay.
Here, I got it.
Okay. Oh, right. Okay. So 6 is 2, 4, 6.
Right. Now I do this
Yep.
and take that one
Right.
for 4.
4 for purple. Done. Back to blue.
Take 4 for that one.
Yellow.
6.
There.
And 4 for red.
Okay. That's all the selling.
Yep.
Here, grab them.
Oop, I got one of yours, Ken.
Thanks.
Martin. Or There you go, Melissa. Thank you.
I was keeping my hands well away from that. It's just it's waiting to happen.
Yes.
All right, game has not ended, but it is going to start accelerating a bit at this point, I think. So now, obsolete research, this goes away, so that will advance 1.
Purple comes out.
There. Okay, so before we move it, so obviously reliability, because that's at 6, and speed's at 2, range is at 0. So reliability comes over. That will move over.
That goes to the bottom.
And now, because this is the second time, it's at a minimum 1, exactly what Alyssa just did.
Yep.
Nailed it. All right. So now we are in round 3 because we've placed 3 extensions. So you can play anything but your 1/4 card.
I keep putting these down in a different place every time.
Well, there's something to be said for consistency, right?
There is. So it's blue and yellow.
Blue and yellow. Okay. Okay. Okay.
That sure is an awkward shape.
Okay, so red puts it out. Yeah, Alexander, this is one you're gonna have to follow the rules on. Sarah says, I love how board games make so much sense when you know the rules. Like, it makes sense versus when you're not familiar with the rules. Yeah. Yeah. Blue.
Yes.
Okay.
Thinking.
Hey, you're fine. You're fine. No worries. About 4 inches. Thank you. That's good. Ooh, Nelly. I don't know who Nelly is, but whoa.
That was interesting.
It was something.
This one flips over.
Yep, and then 1 goes there. No time on this. It's going to be 4 time all day. 4 to 7, or 21 to 17. So there's those. And now,
Spark. 2 sparks.
yep.
And then 1 in each of those.
Are those 4?
Yep.
Okay. There. All right.
Whoa.
Go
Did you
and
get
play.
this one?
Thank you. And
And
now,
now the random guys.
I can take this quadrant.
yep. Here you go. And I'll take this quadrant, Martin.
I'll take that quadrant.
Oh, we need to do those first.
Yeah, those are good. Those are good. You can put them
no,
on.
no,
Just wait.
There are only
Fill-
two.
fill
There are
the-
only 2 in this quadrant. So,
We'll fill the sparks first.
all right.
Just
Yeah.
And make sure that limitations.
That one need 1 more.
yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. All right. Put out the randoms and turn them face up. Yeah. There we go. Research, starting with red. How many do you have?
I have 5. So, 1 a reliability,
Time.
a time.
Thank you. Boop.
1 on speed for me.
2.
one. Ooh, do I care? Not really. One on. Let's do one on range.
3.
A is one I can actually step down for. So, and then we'll do one on speed for Edward and Martin.
Oh. 4 or 5. So you did not up capacity.
Oh, sorry. One on speed for Martin. We'll do.
Thank you.
You're second. You're. I'm getting it for you. You already got access to it because look, 2 of us did it. It's great. And I'll up my capacity. Thanks for the reminder.
That's the thanks I get. You see that,
Exactly, yeah.
right?
Just trying to help this way everybody wins.
there's
Martin gets it and you get it. It's great.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1. Okay. Oh, I can't this round. It's gonna be there. Or is it? Oh God, that's so bad. I have done such poor planning for my second line. That's okay.
I'm gonna have a moment where I pretend to be sad about that.
I mean, I would, but I didn't pack my microscope to find the violin.
Oh man.
Y'all are brutal to me. I don't care about that.
I moved you up on a tech track last time.
So you can't, so that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. That does. Two, can't build it this turn, but that's okay.
A time.
Yeah, it's a time.
You just did it because I was done.
I don't know what to do with the others, honestly.
Did you really not build one in an entire spot last time, Martin?
Yeah. I thought of some,
Bump
but
me
then I
up on
thought
range
there was nothing
for the
I could do
radiator,
that would help
please.
me in that go.
I see.
3. One more.
Setting myself up for this
Yeah.
go.
Interesting.
Just blundering around, hopefully.
I hear
I'll blunder
you.
into a good space.
I hear you.
We'll see what happens. I'm going to explode this go one way or the other. For some value of explode.
Is there value for me to, you know what?
Oh, that was good.
That was. For some value of explode.
He makes sense for me. So we're gonna go ahead and push Martin.
Ooh, everyone's pushing me.
Oh, you did get. You know what? We'll there. So Alyssa,
Excellent. Thank you.
hoping that
Nice protest.
Martin will also do so. So we'll see. That's my 4 done. I don't feel great about any of it. Literally none of those.
All right, Martin.
Not a single one can I build.
I'm going up assembly, and
How many do you have?
3.
Okay.
I'm
two
going
more.
up the 2 that are on the line. So there.
Okay. Good.
There certainly was one up safety, was it? Yes, it was one up
Okay.
safety.
That's
Okay.
blue. So here.
No,
What?
you want to keep those down the bottom because then we're going to.
Oh yeah, I guess so. All right. Now you're up.
I just bumped 1 on everything.
Bump yourself,
Yourself on?
one on everything.
Yeah, myself 1 on everything.
Time.
Yep. And there.
Okay.
So now you can not. The strategy here is like not worry about
Anyone
other
else's?
other people's research and just worry about selling.
Hopefully. Oh, I mean, we'll see.
Okay.
Gantt charts.
There's some places that might be useful, but
Yeah.
Martin,
Yep, it's time to spend
spend all 12.
engineering,
Okay.
because this is my moment. We hope.
I have a. Oh, never mind. Bumpers right here.
You know what? Defensively, I will.
I got
Because I think well, Alyssa may, if I don't. Yeah, I'm not gonna overthink it. I'm just gonna go there. Alyssa, are you?
no.
Ken, are you?
I don't really. I guess I could sell first, huh?
That's a fact.
Nah, selling second's still pretty good. I'll hold off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So building. I need a bumper, please,
Gotcha.
and I need a steering wheel.
I cannot reach that one, but Alyssa can.
Thank you. And then
I will take a
build it.
steering wheel, please.
And the steering wheel.
And Martin, you can also do the instrument panel. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, give me an instrument panel. What the hell? I'll feel something to do with it.
Okay.
And I'll need another main line.
Another main line for Martin.
Okay.
To be clear,
I'm going to take
Look.
one as well.
oh, hold on. Where is everybody built two?
No.
No. No, I'm just
Martin?
in the process of preparing two. Oh,
You already had one.
I already had one from last time. That was it.
Would you like a?
Maybe. So yeah, that's why I was.
Okay.
But if nothing else, at least I left room for it.
Can I get the?
Pass me a
right there.
door,
Can I get that,
please,
please?
as well.
Yeah, hold on. Martin needs a door.
Door.
Door on that side.
This one here.
Oh,
No, not
right.
sorry, not a door. The side panel. I guess.
Side panel. The big one. The big one.
The big one. Yeah. I've got a door already lining up here. Which I've got can access pretty much anything. So this is the time to use it.
I forgot I was going to need another dealership.
Yeah, that is awkward, isn't it? The needing for another dealership problem.
Yep, wrong one. That is B.
These do I have access to? Could I get the whatever? Oh,
They have
I
what?
don't have access to that.
Okay,
Never mind.
never mind.
Do I not have access to any Ds? I don't. That's really unfortunate. If I do that, how much do I hate that?
A medium amount.
Yeah,
One amendments.
I think I've got to do it this. Which means I'm never building a D.
May I have the A, please?
The A what?
The A arrows. I can't reach them.
C's. I have batteries. And paint. Can I get a battery and a paint?
Yes.
Damn it, red's coming out, isn't it? Damn it, Alyssa.
What's that?
Yeah.
Red's coming out, not purple.
It was anyway.
Nah.
'Cause it was above.
3, 4. Yeah, you're right. There's not. You could have pushed mine instead of yours on that, and you could have.
I could have.
Right, if you wanted purple, I'm just saying. Oh well. So purple and blue. No, red and blue next time.
That turned into a disaster really fast, much faster than expected. Sorry, Martin.
That's okay. Yeah, that's true. Because it's not ideal that red's coming out.
May I have a red cube, green cube, and blue cube, please?
Red, green, blue.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Plus many A's, please.
Yeah, there you are.
I need to. Oh, I guess I could do it this way. 2 turns from now, but that is so bad.
This frame turned out to be a right pain in the butt.
Well, mistakes have been made. That's all right. Lessons have been learned. Okay, well,
Yeah.
There's nothing I can actually access that's special with my 3 engineering, right? You guys aren't ahead of me on... No, I don't think so.
you gotta have 3 markers ahead
You'd
of
have to
you.
be
No.
last on something.
Which I'm not.
Okay, so the lesson I've learned here is don't give one dealership access to everything. Or one main line. At least the way I went about doing it.
Could you pass me that? Oh no, I'll reach over and grab it. Can't
The
explain what it
placement
is.
of
Transmission, I think?
that planning, I could have worked around it maybe and put a dealership, something like that, my main line there. Okay, well, let's see. See, I guess we're just gonna go all out. So B and D for that.
Hey, Alyssa,
And that
can
works.
you get me
Yep.
2 red,
Okay.
2 blue, 2 green, 1 yellow, and 1 purple?
One yellow, one purple. The last ones.
I believe that's going to be the stats for my fancy new dealership.
Thanks, Jess. There.
Is that really right?
B on the red. Yeah, that works. Okay.
Is there any way I cannot do it like that?
Do I need the other research? Don't think so.
Up to 5 on those, aren't we?
I think so.
Up to 5 on.
Okay.
Put that in.
All right. Who all's done?
I'm done.
I'm getting there. No, that was there in the past.
Oh, clear your. If you didn't clear your main lines.
Yeah, it took me a minute, but
I haven't built my last thing yet because I don't know where to build it.
I've got some space that I'll need shortly, so I'll be also and figuring out where I'm going to expand and how on earth is that going to fit on this table? That's the other problem.
Yeah,
The meta problem.
we've got two more expansions to do somewhere.
Maybe.
There's a meta problem of how you fit the pieces
Yeah.
on your factory, as is the problem, and then the meta problem of how do you fit your factory on the gaming table.
Yeah.
I'm not even beginning to think about that one yet. I'm not done yet, I'm afraid. It was a big go. That's my excuse, and I am sticking to it.
Yep.
Relentlessly sticking to it.
So paint and battery.
Okay.
Okay,
And-
hold on here. Might as well while we're
Right.
go for it. All right.
So I added this paint and this battery and this bumper, which I have access to yellow.
Yep.
Okay.
So I'll do the bumper first because I'm going to add that. That's connected
To both.
to this.
Yep.
And then I have this new dealership, which is connected to my A's, which I have a yellow, purple, and blue.
Yep.
It's connected to my B's, which have a yellow, green, and red. And it is connected to these two C's here, which get me that. I also added one more Gantt chart because I had room.
And I forgot I have access to the red engine over there now. All right, Ken, you want to go through yours?
Yep. I'm changing my mind though.
Okay, well then I'll do mine.
I'll go through it now. I'm good.
Okay, we'll go
Sorry.
through. Yes. Are you
So
sure?
yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
So I added radiator green on A, goes down here. I added a bumper blue on A, goes down here. I added a transmission red on B that goes through here. Then I also added a second main line in dealership, and those have access to A and B. So they have access to, from B, 2 red, a yellow, and a green. And then from A, 2 blue, a green, and a purple.
Looks
So my new
good.
dealership will be like this. Get out of here, safety. Don't come back.
It's
And-
got quite a lead on coming back, though.
Yes, it does.
All right, so for me, we added the bumper right there. So that's a 4th blue.
Thank you, Sarah.
And then I added the steering wheel, and I got the second red engine because there are 3 people at that. So that adds
The red engine. Oh, yeah.
a 3rd yellow and a red. I feel like that's going to mess up the colorblind folks, so we will do this. Here we go. There's a great dealership. Those are tricked out cars. The problem, I don't see any reasonable way I'm going to be able to get a second. And that might end up costing.
Could be tough.
Yeah, could be.
Could be tough.
Yep.
Yeah, because you can't get another marketing in there.
Right, because even if you like do this, it's $8, right?
Thanks.
Just saying.
Twist the knife.
Just saying.
There's a board.
That ship has sailed.
He's trying. He's trying to earn it.
And I had that moment where I was like, oh, I'll put something over here so I can get marketing. No, I won't, because I did that.
Yep. Yep.
Nope. In,
There are
in,
only
in another
3
life,
pieces to see,
I'll
right?
do that.
Yep.
Yep. And I can't have them touch
What now?
because we wouldn't because that would cause duplicates after.
Oh, yes, true.
So we've got to keep a gap. Well, actually, I could always do that. Because there's no reason why I can't go there. Sorry, my turn is taking intolerable amount of time, and I wish to apologise for that because
There's the bonus bumper.
bit of a
Oh, well done.
I'm figuring out how to get everything. But
Take a quick break while we're.
because then I can't get the second. No, because it'll be
Okay, let me look at this. So,
Oh, I can do the side on.
So, I need green, blue, purple.
Let's see.
It's bad.
Keeps
over
getting
here.
worse. Just keeps getting
'cause
worse.
Because of the minimums over here, right?
Yeah, sure.
The fact that the green, the only green I have is on the engine, and adding a second engine is really bad.
Adding a second engine is not for the faint of heart. It's basically an entire small board.
Sea blue. Oh, it's the cute, isn't it?
Oh boy.
Yeah, small board is 44, and engine is 16.
Ooh, baby.
Which I don't even think would fit with,
Right. Particularly because now you're getting into your
bigger.
bigger.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just for giggles, let me see the last engine. Which, not something you ever want to build twice, to be clear. No, it doesn't even fit. There's no way. I don't think. Well, maybe. I don't.
In a couple of turns, maybe.
Yeah, so no. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, I'm at the point now where I've got to think about, oh my god, I've got to move all of this, and cover up God knows what in order to make space.
Yeah.
Oh, what did I do? Move my factory. It's like moving one of those
Watch your
lighthouses on
Watch
a.
your elbow. There you go.
It's like moving one of those lighthouses, isn't it? On the, how they move lighthouses.
Mm-hmm.
And I can go up.
Stop. So if you're going down below, then
Go down here,
that's fine. Go
sorry.
ahead. Yeah, you're fine.
Beep, 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 beep. And then I can put something like that in play. Oh, come on, yes. So something like that, and maybe I shift over to get. No, I've got enough.
Are you ready to show your work, Martin?
Very close. I'm nearly there. I can just slip a little bit of planning stuff into here.
Well, good. Actually, it'll
maybe another
give folks
planning
an
department.
idea on why it's bad to run one main line. This'll be good. There you go. There's a positive.
So the other thing is just looking around to see, is there anything else I need to build?
So what is there left on B's that I don't have? Because I'm about to block myself off.
You got a steering wheel already?
I've got a steering wheel.
Gas can.
Gas can.
Brakes.
Looks like gas can's the only thing.
Gas can, and
What's on the size
It's
of the gas can is
2x4.
2x4.
2x4. So that ain't going there anyway.
Yep. And it's a speed and range.
Speed and range, which
Range has not been very popular.
I think I'm going to manage.
You're unlikely to get to either of those, it looks like.
So I'm happy to.
All right.
Okay.
Walk
and
us
then
through.
am I okay here? Just make sure I've got my. That's what I'm going to want to do with it. I think I want to get a bit of range over here so that I can expand that potentially if I need to. But I've got 2 C's already. The third C would be another instrument panel, which I'm not going to build right away. Could build it here, yes, because I've got a C coming out now. Well, I won't worry too much about it. I've already taken up way too much time. Okay, I'm sure this is not optimal. Well, I'm hoping it's legal. So I have built a lot of things.
Start with the stuff on the existing main line.
Okay, well, yeah, so that's that helps a little. So I was able to put a 5 blue arrow onto this engine.
Yep.
On
Yep.
there. Yep.
Checks out.
It goes there. I was able to put this A here, which connects through, and that has a 4 blue and a 4 yellow.
Yes.
Yellow.
Yep, because you were first. Yes.
So I am first, and I'm making most of my
engineering.
opportunity.
Yep.
Oh, that's true. I can do a red speed on here then, can't I?
You can.
Better do that while I get the chance, because I may not get the chance again.
Done.
Okay. So I built this, which is a
Yep.
blue 3 and a...
The blue
Is
3.
there a purple 5 available?
Not yet.
There is
Not yet. No, okay, so it's just a blue 3.
Checks out. Good.
This one here is...
Mooching off of me. Yes.
It's the instrument panel, that's a purple.
And where is that instrument panel? Like where?
It is...
No, like is it all the way to the left, all the way to the right? Which is it? Physically, is this here or is it? It's there. You go.
It's there.
There
Yeah,
you go.
sorry, things aren't lining up quite the way they should.
There you
There
go.
we are.
Okay.
Line up so hard to
Good.
do. And then... oh, that's another purple, but that's for the other line.
No, hold on. Undo what you just did. That's blue. It's not purple.
Oh, yes. That's blue. But it's for the other line anyway.
Okay.
Okay, and then here, yes, this is the same B. Why is that pointing that way? Yellow.
for the
Ah, because
steering
it
wheel?
should go the steering wheel. Right, so it should be like that. So it's another yellow going into the steering wheel to go over here. Feels like a lot of yellows. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yep, checks out.
Sense. And I think that's all I have on that line. Because
Yes.
these are all separate lines.
Okay. So
Now I do this line for Detroit. So the two completely new lines is this bit of blue here, which is a battery and the paint for a purple and a blue. And then I have the lamps.
yep.
And we are at yellow 5, are we? No, we're not. So it's just the purple 3.
Okay.
And then we replicate the two lines here. So that's
Yellow.
Yellow.
Here, I'll call it off. Yellow, red, green, blue,
blue. Yep.
yellow, blue,
Yellow, blue.
yellow,
Yellow,
blue, blue.
blue, blue. And that's the B's and A's.
Yep.
So those all go in here.
These cars are incredibly reliable.
Yeah,
They really
and
are.
the Toyota of horseless carriages.
Hold
Not
on,
very fast.
How can you have 6?
Only has 5.
Oh, it looked like 6. Sorry.
Nope. Here we go. Oh, that's all? Clean up your area over there then?
A, that goes back. B, that goes back to you. Yeah.
Okay, so we're done. Now, Gantt charts. Purple, how many do you have?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, please.
To 9. Red, how many do you have?
Still 3.
1, 2, 3. Martin?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I have no idea. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, and now selling in that order. Purple.
Yep. So, I have. We were looking at blue and yellow, so I'm 2 and 2 on all of them. So I can sell in
Do that. Here we go.
this corner.
Not up to 3.
I don't have 3 on any of them. So we'll start with this one.
Hold on. Price markers should be out, y'all.
Oh, sorry about that. 6.
Nope. Yep.
4.
Yeah, and they stay
Three.
on now for the rest of the game in that position.
Right, because there's sparks in every
Yep.
one. Yep.
So I sold those for 6.
Okay.
6.
Hold on. Let me just make sure that I can't sell 4. So, yep.
6 to 36. Red.
So this one can go up to 2 on blue.
So what do you have for how much? Like the blue, yellow, your axis?
So this is a 2-1.
Talking about X first. So.
Yep. So, yeah. So 2, 1.
Okay.
So, quadrant 1.
Yep. Quadrant 1, basically.
Okay.
This is 3-1. So it goes up to there.
Okay. All right.
So probably right to do something like that and take those.
For 6.
That is
For 6.
for red.
And that goes on the Torino main line.
Okay, so I can sell anywhere.
Seems like it's gonna be hard to beat 18.
Yeah, I don't know if I can get 18. That was the problem.
Oh, I see.
He has some competition.
Hello, Martin.
How much would you pay me to go somewhere else? Can we have cartels and collusion?
Yeah, I'm only going to be able to sell, even if I sell 2, it's still better than I can get anywhere else. So it doesn't matter in that case. And it doesn't really matter because he's got.
He's got 2 things.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
So you can't block him from getting 2.
So I'll ensure that he only gets 1 of them. So that's going to be 6 for that. Okay, Martin.
Interesting. I mean, I'm the only person who can reach this. So I could say grab that for 8, which would be better than grabbing one of these for 6. But it would allow Edward to get both of them for 6.
You're
So
right, but
do I hate myself more than I hate Edward?
You can always get that other one next time, Martin.
That's actually true, isn't it? Am I that mean? Why? Well, yes, I am.
I think so. Pretty sure you are.
6.
Actually, does that make sense? Hold on, let me think. Oh, yeah, because they share a thing. So 6
Red. Make sure you're putting them on the right main lines, y'all.
Fortunately, it doesn't matter for me in this round.
So you sold.
2 to this one, and then 2 to this one.
Okay. So
Right.
do I wait? I don't think I'm really in major competition for that. So probably the right thing to do is to sell 2 of those for 4. Yeah, let's do that.
1, 2, 3, 4. And back to me. 6. And Martin.
You know, I wouldn't have done this had Ken not told me, so you should blame Ken, really.
It's
not
my
me.
fault. I'll take the blame.
I'm used to it. Keep in mind, 1 main line.
Oh, I'll put that.
For 4?
Looks like 6 to me. Oh, you're only taking
I
one.
can only take the 1.
Oh.
For
Why?
3, sorry. Because that's the third.
Your
That's the third-
capacity is 4, though.
Oh, my capacity is 4. So yes, 6.
Okay. Yeah, I was confused.
I forgot my capacity was 4.
Red?
3.
I'm done.
I'm done.
And 3 more.
1, 2, and 3. Ding.
And then I think I'm the only one that can sell now. So it's a total of 7 more for me, because those can go there. That's 4.
4,
And that one can go there, and that's 3.
7 to 48.
There we go.
And we're done. Take your markers back.
Oop. God, that's so fiddly.
And clear off your main lines. Game hasn't ended.
Get in there.
Is it good to sell all 8 cars if you're selling them for $2.5 a piece? How do we feel about that?
We'll find out.
Yeah.
So, research track. Which one's coming out?
Safety's coming out
Why?
because arrow's pointing at it.
Well, no, that's leaving. Don't move it yet.
Oh, yeah. Which one's coming in?
3, 4, 3, 3,
4, 5.
4, 5. So
Speed's coming in.
So safety bumps up 1. Safety gets a minimum spec.
Clear the price markers, please.
I mean, they're not going to change, but
And you can play any card. So now it's blue and red.
Blue and red. What do you mean?
blue and red on the axis.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
And red.
Yep. That's a little better for me.
Blue, play your card first.
Yeah.
You know what? That doesn't make sense to do that yet, but that does. Okay, yeah. Okay, that one. Red. Purple.
Run, clock, run.
Run, clock, run.
7.
8
8
time
time.
to 6.
Okay, and spark markers.
You've got them.
So, well, hold on, I'm trying to put it somewhere that, here, there's that,
I'll do the top one here.
and then there's one there and one there. Okay, this one's done. And these are down in that quadrant, so we have, just wait,
1 here. 2 here. 1 here. I did
and
this
then
card.
here, and that just flips. Done. Clear the cards, please.
You got the time already, right?
Yep.
Where's the 4th card? Did you already take it, Martin?
Take a quadrant.
Yep.
And then cars. Hey, make sure you're honoring. No, it's not going to matter.
Yeah, there's
So this adds 3.
What's going on? Oh, thank you.
at a quadrant.
I don't know if that.
That's fine. 5.
No, I don't.
It started with 2.
It did.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I was asking.
It's a lot of cards for Martin to sell.
think I'm going to be first on the sales
Randoms,
order.
please.
Yep. Yes, but he has what do you call it, 2? Edward has 4 too. I didn't think that.
Well,
Yeah.
2, 1, and 1.
okay, so one goes here, one goes here, and those
And I
are
got
done.
that one.
Okay.
Put out price markers, please.
In the usual places.
And Blue, do your research.
Research. Right. Well, do I want to push my capacity up? Maybe a moot point, but there's 5 in one spot there. So maybe it isn't a bad idea. I've really screwed up on speed.
Oh, I've messed
But a
up.
horn is going to be
This
available.
should have been there, and I could have built a second dealership.
I think 1 on speed, please.
You're blue.
Blue.
How many do you
PB.
have? 3?
Yeah.
Okay, so
3.
2 more.
Yep. Oh, sorry, yes. Reliability, we're only going to get 1 more round after this, so
If.
most.
Yeah.
So reliability is not going to come out and back again, so there's no really a point me pushing up on reliability. Because I've already got plenty of that. So in which case, I will push up where I want to be next, which is safety, please.
Time.
And
So, hold on. You've done
2.
2. Okay.
There's 1 more.
I've got to decide. Do I want to try the assembly, the assembly capacity? Yeah, I think I am. I'm going to try the assembly capacity and see what happens.
Time.
What?
Time.
Time.
Oh, yeah, good call.
Ding.
Yep. Okay.
Seeing as there's 5 on one space, having 5 sales capacity seems like a great idea.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but only one person can grab it, and I'm lost
One.
in the
Time.
Gantt chart.
So this is the last round.
I'm going to make sure of it.
I was going to make sure of it anyway.
Sorry, Dimitri. Last round.
C and D doesn't matter. Again, if that's the case. 1. Two. Time.
Yep.
So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. I have 1 more. One. Time. Done. Red.
Capacity, please.
Time. Game over.
No, that's not time.
No, the capacity is.
Yeah, that's
Oh.
this time.
Bink. This is the last
All right.
round.
This is the last round.
2. Up on speed, please.
You're red.
Yep.
That's 3. Mm-hmm. And you have 5. Mm-hmm. 2 left. Okay. So it's round 5. So like I said, 5 to 7
Yeah.
is where we're at, right?
Oh, heck. I can't really see what's useful. Up 1 on range, I guess. And paint, sure, why not?
All right, so mine will be capacity, please.
Got it.
Reliability.
For yourself.
I don't have a chassis, so no sense bumping anybody there. I do have that, but I don't have anywhere to put the the arrow, so no sense doing that. That was 3, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't have room for a C. That doesn't matter. I don't think at this point. 4, 5, 6.
All right. Now, Gantt charts. Purple, do you wish to move?
I will, yeah.
Interesting.
That was 6.
Yeah. It lets me build a bunch of bees.
Sure.
So let's see. I maxed on blue, and on red I currently have 1. Do I need another red? I don't think I do. So I'll spend mine, but we're gonna go there. And now red, do you wish to spend any of yours?
I don't see why I wouldn't spend it on the last turn, and I will go second on sales.
So third in engineering order.
I
Yep.
choose to go second in engineering order.
Okay, excellent. All right, build your stuff.
I tried to convince people to let me get $1 per Gantt chart at the end, but nobody would let me do that last
Weird,
time. So
yeah, yeah.
No. Ken is known
Gas
for
can.
nukes and Gantt charts.
So when you sell, you need to make sure, does everybody have one of these? One of each.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gas can and somebody has access to a steering wheel, yeah.
So I'm last, so I don't have access to anything y'all are at.
So get the arrows, please.
Oh,
Particularly
yeah.
the B arrows.
may I have
Just be
a
careful.
red
Do
and a
not move
blue,
them.
please, or 2 red and 2 blue cubes, please.
2 red and 2 blue.
Yep. Thank you.
Yellow, which is going to be gas can. I have access to both green and red.
Cursing myself for bad positioning.
I don't think I do anything, do I? Oh, I guess I could get an instrument panel just on GP.
Yeah, just because they look cool.
Yeah.
I mean, I really wanted one. I was hoping Alyssa would bump me, because I made room for it a long time ago right here,
Yep.
and that just went
But it does nothing.
totally to
Like,
waste.
Yeah.
And
If it's not on the axis and it's not fitting for those 4, it literally does not matter.
Right.
Right.
Y'all heard me, right?
Yes, yeah.
So if it's not blue, or if it's not red,
But I
or
can
if
keep
it's not,
staring at it and hoping it's going to change, can't I?
I mean,
And meeting a minimum
Cardboard
requirement,
will move
basically,
somehow
right? Yeah.
with the shapes, and I can get that one thing that would be really nice.
I added a blue and a red as per Edward's
I added,
instructions.
I added one of every color here, but
and again, now research doesn't matter and Gantt charts don't matter because we know the game's ending once we sell. Okay?
Yep.
Is everyone done building?
Yes.
I think so.
And technically, yes, this would come out, but it's moot. So don't bother.
Yeah.
We do gain Gantt charts, which I don't think matter, but just indulge me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
5 for me.
5 for purple. Blue, how many?
Is it a tiebreaker or something? Because I
Might
could
be.
potentially put some on.
5.
I got a whole bunch of room.
I could as well, but
Let
I'm
me-
not going to.
No, sales focus wins ties.
Yeah, so no,
Okay,
it
never
doesn't
mind.
matter.
It really is irrelevant to put the
Yeah.
Gantt
Okay.
charts out.
So, all that matters is selling. So, here we go. Blue,
Do we do the math on this? And
Well, sorry. Yes. Go ahead. Show your work. Go for it.
so I've got a B speed, and it tracks to both of these, which now lets me be 4 and 3. And I've got an A reliability, which tracks to both of these, which is going to be a 4 and 3. So my two dealerships are 4-4 and 3-3, in respectively in the two
Nice.
things.
Yep. Sorry.
I've got 3 2s.
Okay.
Everybody, all your dealerships are 3-2s. All 10 of your cars can be sold at 3-2, basically.
So 3-2. So in there. And Martin, what did you?
I can at least manage to get some horn, and that will allow me to plop here. Unfortunately, that was a critically bad mistake, as it seems, because I could have got a horn in there as well, which would have helped the other dealership. And by positioning here, I wasn't able to put a second marketing on that dealership, which is also a bad thing.
There's a word. I'm thinking where.
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
wait. It's coming to me. It's German. Wait. What it?
Schadenfreude.
Yeah, I can feel it. I can feel Schadenfreude coming out.
Just saying.
And unfortunately, I could not find anywhere to put my brand new thumb factory. Because that way, I could
Here
have
it
put all
comes.
of the thumbs
Let's
out,
do it.
and you could have sent me your thumbs, and I could have sold them for good money.
Okay. Thank you for that. All right. So here we go. Sales in that order. Everyone's at 5. I can't figure out a reason to not do that. That's $15.
You can do it.
I know I can't. I
Can. Are you sure you can, right?
sell me on a better reason to not.
No, I can't sell you
Okay.
on a better reason to not.
So that's $15, and my game's over.
Well done.
to 53.
to 53.
Leader in the clubhouse.
Yeah, not for long. That's okay.
Okay.
All right, so that
Good
was me.
teacher.
Red.
Red.
So you can sell one.
Now that those are gone,
Yeah. I'm here to help
I think
make your
the wise
decisions
thing
easier.
to do is to play this up there and go ahead and take that 12, right? Can it possibly get better than 12 for me?
So there.
I'm trying to, I need to think it out a bit.
Sure.
4, 8, 12, 16, if nobody messes with me. 16. 16. But I mean, all of those. Alyssa's 2-2.
3-2.
3-2. Which one's the 3?
Yep. Blue.
So you can get anywhere there.
Yep.
And Martin is what?
I'm a 4-2 and a 4-1.
4-2 and a 4-1.
So I could reach those two.
You could indeed. But really, like, all of the big clumps of cars, you guys can get to.
Yes.
Well, the good news is yellow's done.
Yeah, no, I know.
I'm here for you. I'm trying to make
appreciate
your,
it.
I'm trying to make
So
your.
it's just
your
you and
stuff
Martin
easier.
competing for the up here. So it's
And can you get to the 3?
The 3 red? No.
That one, you cannot.
I
So if I
cannot
take
do
the
the
2
3
there,
So Martin cannot
I'm
get
also
to that,
guaranteeing
you're
myself
saying.
that one.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll take those 2 now then,
Okay.
and do 12.
So 12.
Yep.
There you go. Make sure you put them on the right dealership.
Done and done.
And to 60. That leader in the clubhouse stuff didn't last long.
it did not. That was expected.
But it existed.
it existed.
It existed.
It existed.
It was a brief and happy moment.
And glorious.
It's kind of like how Dallas was used to be in the playoffs.
Wow.
I said it'd be nice yesterday. I didn't say
guns
anything
blazing.
about
I've gotten it from all 3 of them. Then.
Yep.
It's fine.
Guns blazing on that one.
Yeah. I don't know. So who's next?
You.
Me. So I could go here. I could go here. Here I'm not going to get any competition from Alyssa. Here I would get competition from Alyssa. In both places I'm going to get competition from Ken, who has another thing he can plop down. But the question is, if I went here, would Ken want to go after one of those singles as opposed to one of the doubles? Or even that
Or
triple?
up here, right?
Or up here, where he's... Oh, actually, yes, that's...
I cannot. This one's a 3-3. It needs
Oh.
3-4.
Oh, okay.
Oh, so you're pushed on that side for that anyway. Also,
Yeah.
you can't actually hit the 4s.
No,
Cannot hit those.
So you take that. That's all yours.
Yeah.
All those cards are yours.
Well, actually, then all those cars belong to me.
8.
I'll take them. So it's 2.
Okay. Purple.
That's Detroit.
Make sure I do this with the right people here. This is
Oh, I shouldn't have done that, should I?
why?
Because nobody can go there. I should go somewhere else first.
Oh,
Probably true.
Carry on. That was my foolishness. I should have done something
9.
like
9 for purple.
I should have grabbed one of those 2s.
I think you still will be able to.
Yeah, sure will be, won't be. I will be. able
Back to red, because yellow's
to. Yep.
sold capacity. That's why. We were efficient, saw surge in market, and took care of it.
Well, it's all right. It's all right. Get it one by the other.
So the best single sale I can do right now is 8.
Show it.
Well, I mean, I could do that one up there.
Okay.
And I can't really protect it. I mean, that's safe from Art, but not safe from Alyssa.
no. If you take this, you're getting all 3.
I would.
Yeah, yeah. I'm locked into 3-2.
I guess that's
So that's probably the. I don't think I can do better than 12 with 2.
so that's
so-
8 for red.
Yep.
Okay. Put them on the right dealership or on the right. Yeah, on the right main line. Sorry.
Yep.
Blue.
Gruliasco is what
I
that
think
was
my
called.
best option is that for 9, isn't it? Better than any of the 2 8s.
2.
Deny somebody else,
9.
probably not enough.
Pink.
I'll go there for 6.
6 for purple. Okay. Back to red
6 for that guy right there.
on the right line.
Yep.
6 for red. 2, 6, and blue.
I get 4.
Purple.
6.
I heard 6. Sorry. 6 to 22. And red.
4.
Sorry.
And Martin. Hold on.
Oh, sorry.
4.
And
You went on
Alyssa.
sales focus.
Do I?
Alyssa. How much?
3.
3. And who's got sales left? Just Alyssa?
3.
All right.
Tied.
So,
Oh dear.
Alyssa and Ken, you do that after, if you would. Alyssa and Ken tied at, what is that,
78?
78.
Martin at 65, amazing teacher, and 53. And the tiebreaker for those scoring at home is sales focus wins. So sales focus is there, red wins. Ken.
I'll take it.
I mathed wrong. I thought I beat him by 2.
Ah.
But I wouldn't have even gotten close if I didn't.
If you
bump myself
hadn't
up. I had to
bumped
get the
yourself
reds.
up, yeah.
So
All right, so thoughts?
it's terrific. I mean, this is my second play. If it wasn't 10:30, I'd play it again right now. It is so good, and we haven't even touched the sports cars and trucks, which just add, even more
Layers.
Complexity.
layers.
Yeah.
More opportunities to make a mistake with your board.
Oh, because that's what I need right now.
I mean, although it's lessens competition, right? Because
Yeah.
if you're selling sports cars and nobody else is selling sports cars, or you can go after the regular cars, which aren't worth as much. The trucks and
Right.
sports cars are worth more, so maybe you focus on the regular cars and you get less competition.
Right.
So I could see it going both ways.
I think the sales would be more interesting. I think when you add in the trucks and the sports cars.
Right.
But here's the thing that kills me, right? Like the first 2 games I played, I didn't struggle getting the second main line in, right? But obviously I did today.
Yeah.
But what's fascinating to me is space doesn't change. Like, how you gonna? I know you can theoretically get a third main line in here, right?
Yep.
To be able to get 2 of something, or maybe 1 of everything. I don't know, but I'm like, how the hell? Obviously, you don't have as fancy of vehicles, I guess, if you're going to go that route, right?
That's right.
But there's definitely going to be more competition, and there are more trucks than there are sports cars, but there are less of both of those than the regular cars, right?
Yeah.
And you do get the bonuses for cashing those in. I'm super stoked to play that, but man, there's a lot of games still left here.
Well, so our group meta is to push research.
Yes.
But there's a way to play this game where nobody has more than 2 of these.
Yes.
And then getting that third main line is probably a race.
Right, because you're
Not everybody
using all the
not
space.
everybody can have one.
Right.
You don't need as much space usage. The cars are not as fancy, but then
I mean, look
board-
at all
the board
cars
is not
that
as
are
hard to
left,
use, right?
I mean, there's a ton of cars left. So yeah, I think there's a lot
then
of
you are
different...
walking that tightrope
Yes.
where like maybe when a design spec moves up to 2,
Yeah.
you literally can't do it because your research isn't good enough.
Right, but early
you-
on...
Yeah.
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 So my point is, we're talking about the experience game, right? And like somebody earlier is like, well, if you want, you could just jump into it. There's so much game here just with this.
Yeah.
And there's strategies that pertain to this version of the game that won't pertain to that because
Right.
we're all railroaded into selling the same vehicle.
Right.
And I think that's an awesome thing,
And-
right?
Yeah, right. So I tried this because I wanted to try it. I wanted to try it without. I literally did not even think. I put the marketing aside. I was not doing
Just
marketing.
not doing it
Right.
this time.
because I started with the bigger dealership
Yep.
and then said, okay, this is essentially a marketing tile. Except it's a
Sure.
more flexible marketing tile because I can put my 2x1s in different places instead of having.
Totally good point. I hadn't
Yeah.
even considered that. Yeah.
Yep.
And
It is a
so,
good point.
so that was what I wanted to do tonight. Was say I'm going to try this 2 dealership, 1 mainline strategy. I want to get the 2 dealerships out. You know, I think I got it out the second round, and see where I could push it, and it did
Pretty
well.
effective,
I
yeah.
did.
Very effective.
Yeah.
And so, I think there's just so much here. Like Ken said, I think you could play a low research strategy. I think it would be tough if the rest of the table is playing a high research strategy. I guess if you push the Gantt charts so that you could always
leech.
you can
Yeah,
always
yeah,
leech,
yeah.
then that might
Right.
be interesting.
Yeah.
But if you're always leeching, it means you're always selling last.
You're always selling less. I don't know.
But is there enough supply to then make it worthwhile? I don't.
Right.
Again, it's something to explore. Is the point?
Yeah, and
Yep.
Maybe it fails majestically.
Right.
Maybe not. Though.
Yeah,
And
totally.
The only way to know
Totally.
is
Yeah.
do.
It
right?
doesn't feel like, especially if you go with the flexible route instead of the huge squares, it doesn't feel like selling's ever really an issue.
Yeah. I mean, you don't
there's just
necessarily
so much.
maximize your selling,
I
but
sold
you can
I
sell
sold-
stuff.
I sold 8 out of 8 and 9 out of 10. And maybe if I could have got a 10th, then great. But
Right.
Right.
But
Right.
but that's still pretty good. It's 17 cars the last 2 rounds.
Sure.
And so I think there's a lot of different ways to play this game. And like you said, I think there's a ton of game even just in the basic game. You could probably play this another 4 or 5 times and still be finding
Easy.
new strategies.
Yeah. Oh, agreed. So and that's the thing. I don't want to call it the beginner game. No, it's the basic game because there's plenty here. I mean, I showed by my stellar play tonight that game 3 still playing to learn.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So a thing I really love about this game is that it's an evolution of kind of an obsession of Splotters, which is turn order. Right. So if you think about Great Zimbabwe, turn order is really important there. If you think about Indonesia, order is really important there. If you think about Food Chain Magnate,
Yep.
and in all of those games, like the reason you want to go last is to see what everybody does in front of you. But from many perspectives, going first is often the better thing. But here, there's 2 compelling.
There's 2 firsts.
Right? That's right.
Which end of the snake do you want to be on, right? Which head of the snake do you want,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Leech, research, sell.
Yep.
Sometimes you want both. I would argue both. Or most of the time, you want both, right? So, yeah, and I can't wait to try this at 5. I don't know who has a table big enough to play it at 5, to be clear.
Yeah. You need a con table, essentially.
Yeah.
Like, you need like a...
Yeah.
I mean...
Yeah.
We could
we'll get into the flip side
figure it
of
out
things.
on this table,
Yeah.
but whew, it would be tight.
Yeah, but
But yeah, I'd like to talk more about the game first, and then
yeah, for
More-
sure,
a
sure.
lot more to
Go.
be said on that.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, Splotter come with this incredible level of expectations.
Right, we talked about
I
this,
mean,
right? Yeah.
They have this amazing track record. They don't produce a huge amount of games, but time after time they've had games that are hugely regarded. To the point that now, perfectly sane and rational people will order a game blind, without knowing anything what it is, probably not even the title. I think you knew the title.
I knew the title.
But that was about it.
Splotter came on to the show. They reached out, said, "Hey, do you want us to announce the show on your channel?" I was like, "Yes, please. Thanks, guys." And they came on. They talked about it briefly. Pre-orders.
Yeah.
There you go.
It's crazy. And then it's an enormous expectation they've got to meet. The people, to take that chance and say, are they going to be satisfied? What I can say is, well, except for, there's always a few people, right? But almost everyone is going to be completely satisfied. This is absolutely matched the expectations that Splotter have set.
Which is
over this
impossible.
incredible run of games. They have produced another one that is not going to, I think, disappoint anybody who likes Splotter. I don't even know where to start with. I think one thing that really I love about this game is very limited focus on what your scoring objectives are. You know, we've played so many point salad games where you look to the right, score some points, scratch your foot, score some points. Here it's sell cars. That is the only thing you can do that's going to score you points. And everything around the game is focused on the fact that at the end you've got to score points through selling cars. And there's so much mechanism that's kind of then laser focused on that spear tip of selling cars. I love that. Such a beautiful change from the point salads.
There's a version of this game where you're spending a bunch of money to add infrastructure and capacity here, and then trying to turn it into profit here. But what they did was they abstracted the overhead costs into a spatial puzzle.
And I think it's genius.
It's unbelievably smart,
Yeah. Because,
right? Because spending $1 for a bumper is not that interesting, but finding 5 space for it
Yeah.
Yeah.
is interesting.
Yeah, and there's a lot of economic games out, like
Yeah.
and food chain, like food chain, you make a mistake, and it's unrecoverable. You just fall behind in the cash generation, and that's it. You're playing a game for 4 hours, and just seeing how much you can recover.
Have you watched me play football? Every single game I play.
But that's what you do. And look, I love Food Chain. It's up there with my favorite Splotters. But if you make a mistake, it's unrecoverable.
Right.
And this one, it feels like, okay, well, I made this mistake, and but I can save it. I can do this. I can do that. And sometimes you can't.
Sure. Yeah.
But
I did that. Like I just kind of doubled down on it.
Yeah.
I just kept going,
but it feels like you have to do it 2 or 3 times to yourself
Yeah.
to really
Yeah.
make it unrecoverable.
Right.
To be clear, like a lot of the bad feel that people get on Food Chain Magnate is because often when something bad happens to you, it's not necessarily something you did.
Well, for me,
This is true. This is your fault.
Yeah.
For
Yeah.
me, with Food Chain, the problem is you can get yourself in a situation where there's just nothing you can do for the last hour of the game other than sit there
Or
and weep.
2.5 hours
there's just
potentially.
nothing,
Or
right?
3 hours.
Yeah. Yeah.
With this, I feel that you're not going to bury yourself in a hole so that you've just got nothing to do. You're just sitting here twiddling your thumbs, effectively. Because you've always got something you can try and do. It may not be a winning position, but at least you can build something.
There is some joy just in the building. I mean, I was dead serious in that last round about, like, I was really hoping, even though it absolutely didn't matter from a gameplay perspective, that I would have the opportunity to build the instrument panel just because I set it up
Damn it!
Really?
There's a spot for it.
really early, and I just never built it.
I would like to point out that bumper. That's how I felt. I had that 4 and the 5. I was like, oh, that felt cool.
Yeah. Oh, it feels so good when you actually make it work, right?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
So I get that. But yeah, to go back to expectation level, like what Martin said, they've set an impossible level to meet, and I feel like they keep doing it. I mean, when you have no pressure to put out a new game other than pure pressure from the fans, then you can take 8 years to do that, right? Not every publisher has that luxury to be able to do so. Understandable. But that said, I played this now 3 times in the last week, and I can't wait to play it more. And that's saying something given what I do, but also the fact that it's just that much fun. And the agony of locking yourself into how do I figure out that I'm terrible at spatial stuff, but I love it.
Yeah.
And every game's played out differently. This is the first game we've played that finished on round 5. The others have finished on round 6.
Yep.
But I think if people...
That was intentional on Alyssa's part. She pushed it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no doubt. Whoa. Here's the thing. I actually looked at my 4-time card because I knew I was out of it. And I was like... But we were at 14 time, I think. And I was like, I'm going to surprise this in the last round. So I only did the 3-time one.
Yeah.
But I was like, between them, I'm going to do half the time myself.
Yeah.
But...
I had, even when they said in chat that there's 2 more rounds, I had worked out that, oh no, with my 6 research and with my time card, I can get it to 0. And then you did it for me. But, I was going to do exactly what you did.
But with the low research, maybe experiment of trying that.
More likely to potentially go
maybe
longer, maybe
6
even
or
7.
7 rounds.
You probably go 7, because if people aren't hitting these times,
then it's
getting 32 on the card is hard.
Right.
And I think the game's going to be more compelling, I think, at 5 players in a sense that, wow, the competition for turn orders are going to be massive because selling 5th, I mean, the board ain't getting bigger. It ain't getting smaller.
But there's more sparks out there.
There's more sparks, but still, I feel like this is going to be more compelling, and when we get to this point, the advanced game with all the 3 different vehicles in 5 players, oh my.
Right.
Like, I'm super stoked to see that,
Yeah.
right?
I find the research part of this game really interesting.
Yeah.
I find this is the meat of the game.
Yeah.
I actually find the selling kind of just...
That's why I said
I wonder if
there's 2.5.
Yeah, I find like the selling is... I mean, you can make a mistake on the margins, but for the most part, it's pretty obvious what you're going to do. And maybe when you get to the advanced game, it changes. But for the most part, it's pretty obvious what you should do. And you can get into a situation with like where Martin was, where is it better for me to take 12 and let Edward get 6, or is it better for me to take 6 and not Edward get 0, right? Like you can get into those, but usually it's pretty obvious what you're going to do on the selling part. It gets a little crazy at the end, but I don't really find the selling part all that compelling. But this part yet,
because it may, like you said, it may change.
It may change, but this part is just so good.
Yep.
Yeah, the decision making of trying to think, where do I go depending on how these tracks are going to work out, and trying to figure
Manipulating
out where the tracks are going to appear.
Yes.
It's just a fascinating puzzle, and that sets up. Okay, the selling is kind of dull, but the setup from it is just really interesting. And I want to agree strongly with what Ken commented about making this a spatial puzzle rather than buying things was just such a great idea. I mean, okay, you could argue thematically, you're not sticking a dealership on your factory floor, you know, it's kind of a bit, but you are prioritizing where you're going to put your energy and effort, which is actually a very realistic thing of what businesses have to do. And okay, we're not doing it through money, we're doing it through space, but it's just such a much more interesting
It's a resource either way, whether it's space or money, right?
Exactly, and it's a fantastic abstraction.
Right.
Yeah.
So, on the flip side, as we were playing, I was making notes on things that aren't so hot.
So there's some usability issues.
You think?
Now I will say, this board is surprisingly not as fiddly as it looks. It helps that there's some heft to the pieces.
Yeah,
but
okay.
There are no moments where I'm like, oh, did I accidentally bump?
No, you
this?
won't. No. However, making it fit on the table and then having to manipulate it,
throughout all the weird shapes.
Yeah. Right. That can be a bit much.
Yeah.
Right. So the player aids so far, that's the situation we're in with the player aids. They're going to be, these are thin. They're going to be real easy to dog ear.
Yep.
Laminate them, whatever. Right. People, your arms resting on it, creasing them.
Yeah.
It's going to happen. So just heads up
I will
on that.
100% laminate these.
The look of them is, however, excellent.
Oh, this is perfect.
You
the fact
can't
that
you can't tell probably from the camera, but there's a grid on these.
Yeah,
so
here,
you can see exactly how much space the parts take up,
Oh yeah. So here,
which
watch
is
out.
which is amazing.
So if you look, there you go. That's what he's saying. So like the tires, which I don't even think we've got tires out there, but it doesn't matter. 3x3.
No, I didn't.
Okay, 3x3. So you can tell that that's how big that is,
Yep.
right? Bumpers 1x4. Plus you gotta have room, and this is key for the spec indicator. So don't overlook that part.
Oh, yeah.
But there, and y'all saw what it was for.
Yeah, back
This
is also great.
Perfect. Again, it's a tiny nitpick.
Yeah.
And maybe there's a reason for it, but honestly, the update specs I feel like should be at the end of the build factory again for the way we do
Would
it.
love to know why
they're
they put
here,
it there.
because it just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah.
The research tracks, not a huge deal, but it's fiddly and it's easy, as Ken showed.
Yep.
To do that, oh hell, where were we? Not everybody has a video they can go
Or
look
even
at.
like a subtler version of that, where like instead of that ends up there instead
Right.
of here, right? Like that's the
Yes.
the
Yeah.
part that can really
Double
get you.
airborne. It would have been easy.
Agreed. So it's a table hog because normally everything is on a plane surface, right? We have this stuff out here, but we had to use the armrest area for all the pieces and everything. Or else it's just insane out here. So again,
I really do think that this central board is just too big. And this stuff here, this you got to make this kind of size.
Right, it'd be hard to
because
make it smaller.
You wouldn't
Yeah.
want to make it smaller.
Right.
But, having two sets of tracks like this, couldn't they just do a round the outside track and then have a victory point going one way and time going the other or something?
or
Right.
use like different shapes in super over it,
But certainly, if
superimposed,
nothing
but,
else,
yeah.
break it apart. Because when you've got these expanding into really unusual, then you've got this horrible meta layout problem going on. I don't think having such a big central board really works with having growing tiles
Fair.
like this.
Could have done some sort of board for these and then use just little markers. This is the red and this is the blue or something, right?
Yep.
To make these less fiddly.
Right.
Just saying.
Or, yeah. Even this, you could have had all 6 tracks in that corner.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
Yep.
The boxes be a little bit smaller, but you could have had all 6 tracks in that corner.
Then you have to figure out a way to make the axes work.
You have little red, blue. You have these
Right.
Yeah.
colored markers or something that
Yep.
go here,
There's a way,
here
probably.
and there
Yeah.
or something. And
There's attention to ergonomics again. And the thing is, I talked about expectations. The expectation for a Splotter game, dodgy ergonomics, spending a lot of money on XC to make the game workable. That is pretty well standard.
Yes,
for
it
Splotter
is.
games.
Yes, it is.
And a lot of people, not a lot, let me rephrase that. There are the vocal, very small minority that are like, oh, the artwork. I'll be honest, perfectly functional, and I don't want more artwork in
Yeah.
this. There's too much information
Yeah.
otherwys.
Weirdly,
I like.
I
the
kind of
artwork.
like it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like the
I-
artwork. My only objection is the B and C are really. I don't know how well it turns out.
I wish they would have differentiated
B and
those a
B-
little
The
bit.
hatching on B and C.
Yeah.
B and C and C and D, like B and D are different enough, but like the gap
Yeah.
here is not quite there.
I see that.
And so, especially on the little spec indicators, we keep them all separate as A, B, C, and D instead of by color.
Yeah.
Specifically because
It's
if,
too e- and-
if you
and-
put the B and C and D all in one pin, you're never telling them apart.
And when we
Right.
put this up, I don't care who screws up anything. Don't screw up this. Meaning, when we clean this up, I'm pretty hardcore, like, really make sure your A's go there.
Right.
Your B's go there. Please. So, because that's just going to be a pain in the butt.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
To organize.
Yeah, and I think again that's one of the frustrations, a sense of maybe there's something they could do to make that clearer because I mean, apart from the effect I look at it and thinking I'm working on a Macintosh computer in the 1980s when they were black and white and you had to distinguish everything by hatching. You're not probably old enough to remember that.
I do remember
I
that.
do, yes.
But there's a sense that there's opportunities, surely, for something that could have been a bit clearer on that.
Yeah.
Although I
Shoot.
do.
Oh,
God.
go ahead. No.
No, I was going to say I appreciate that they put the
Like the
abbreviations,
name of
abbreviations on one side to make
Yeah.
it easier for people that with color blindness
totally.
or whatever.
Yep. So two last non-trivial
Shrey says,
things.
got to talk about the windows.
And,
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
It's a choice. As somebody with nails, these are a nightmare.
Yeah.
There are going to be Etsy replacements for those
Right.
very, very quickly, and everybody who's
Maybe
got
some
Horseless
nice,
Carriage is
some
gonna-
nice enamel ones.
something. They really are dreadful.
It's a great idea. It's just a not great implementation.
and when I was making notes, that. So when we went through this, before any of us had played it, we did a patron-only stream. Before we did that, everybody went through the rulebook. Now, I would venture, I feel confident saying, regardless of what you think of me, I would say I have some very intelligent friends. Okay, I'm just a big dumb Marine. But I would argue these folks are pretty smart here. My favorite line was Alyssa's. I have read the rulebook twice, and I can confirm it's in English.
That summed it up. That told me, don't look at the rulebook, just wait for Edward to teach it to you.
So, going through the rulebook, having now played it, makes a lot more sense. However, still a couple of things. It's inexcusable to not have a setup picture and not have just a wall of text.
Yeah, it's 2023. Come
Yeah,
on, what are we doing?
That's job security, all for it. But seriously, that was a pretty bad one. And the second thing, we had Jeroen during the patron only stream, so not everybody has the designer when you're doing that. The fact in the rule book that they call these minimum specification markers, and it has nothing to do with that. We could not figure out.
I mean, it does have a relationship to it, but it's not the same.
Right. I mean, this goes after whatever number that is.
Right.
Until unless it goes out a third
And
time.
by after, you mean
Yeah.
later?
So that's my
Because-
point.
like if when that one goes out, you put this after the first spot. After the first 10.
Or before the first spot.
After the first spot. It
Well,
starts here. And then when the one comes
Yeah,
out,
your after and my after are different. I would think of this as being
this
after.
is after zero.
All right. So the point is,
This is the zero.
The point
spot.
is, it's a little confusing.
Yes, agreed.
Yeah.
and there were some omissions in the rulebook I mean, look,
Setting these up. And
yeah. So my point is, I appreciate it, Jeroen and yours, for helping me keep my job. Is what I'm getting at. So
Is what you were
yeah, the rulebook's not great. And they admit they like, yeah, we could have, So okay.
I mean, I've read the Food Chain Magnate rulebook too. Didn't exactly light the world on fire there
Right,
either.
yeah.
Right. I mean,
So-
I think it's still a great game.
Yep.
But
No arguments, but just laying out. I mean, obviously we're gushing over the game, but
Yeah.
trying to balance this
Yeah.
and point stuff out.
And something else that should be mentioned as well. Again, Splotter people are used to this. It's not defying any expectations, but it's an extremely expensive game. And one can argue whether it is. My view is it's perfectly reasonable to sell it at this price point because people will pay for it, and that's a perfectly reasonable thing to do. But on the other hand, if price is a factor to you, you can pay half the price of this game and get a game that's much more nicely produced, has a nice rule book, and plays probably as well or better for many people. So if price is a factor, that's an issue.
I mean, yeah, that's like you said, that's a Splotter thing, right? I mean,
Yeah.
I think
They're a
it's-
boutique
They are
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean,
publishing house.
I think
and
it's
so,
€105 before shipping, which is whatever $110 or so right now. Yeah, so it's an expensive game. But you see where the effort goes. The effort goes.
Exactly.
The effort goes into
design and development.
Into design and development.
Yeah,
Like,
agreed.
I haven't played a Splotter game that I've ever sat here. There's nitpicks about them, but you never sit there and say, "Oh, they could have designed that better," or
there's unique stuff in every one of their games. Of at least of the big 6 or 7, whatever it is at this point now, when you factor this one in as well.
And many games we play here, there's the feeling of they could have really done with a bit more development on this.
Yeah.
We don't
Yeah.
have that feeling here.
Yeah,
No.
that's not a risk of Splotter.
The only development aspect that could have been added is
the ergonomics.
Right.
That's a good way to put it. Yeah, but outside of that, I think it's another home run. It really is. Really successful. I can't wait to play it more. I think all of us feel that way, right?
Yeah, I hope we get to play it Saturday, assuming that we don't all get locked in our houses by -20 or whatever.
Right. Yeah, it's stupid. Yeah, I thought there was one other thing, but I think that's about a wrap. It is a bit of a beast to set up, also, and to clean up, like legitimately just the organization of it and putting out the stacks of everything, right? And there's just a lot of pieces to it.
Yeah, and teardown. I mean, the Eric Martin approach absolutely will not work with this game.
Oh, you gave him a near heart attack.
I mean, it would work if you don't want to play it again.
If you never want to play again, it'd be fun.
There's that.
if you hate future you.
Right. All right, so that's a wrap. That's it. A big thanks again to Joris and Jeroen, both for the design, sending me a copy. Certainly appreciate it. Thanks, y'all. Thanks to these fine folk for taking the time to, well, let's face it. I mean, it's pretty amazing that we get to play this game.
Absolutely.
Well, pretty ahead of a lot of people. By the way, that was it. I forgot. They're like 97% sold out of the first print run. Okay, I read somewhere. I think it was somebody posted about their Facebook. The reason I'm bringing this up, it's going to be a hot minute before a second edition. Although I'm sure they're going to address the misprint on the arrows as well as some of the rulebook stuff. I feel confident about that. However, it's going to be a hot minute. If you order direct from Splotter, it gets shipped from the Netherlands to the U.S., and you're not waiting for customs and the Fun Again issue that's currently going on. So if you're in a rush to get this, that is an option for folks. I want to point that out.
Yeah. There are a couple distributors that are selling it online too that are direct from the U.S., so you don't have to pay the Splotter shipping.
Do they have?
They don't have them yet. They're all still pre-ordered.
So there you go. Right.
So
there's
it's a
the
choice.
balance.
But my understanding is right now to ship it from Splotter direct, it's almost $50. Shipping.
Okay, fair.
So,
welcome to shipping in 2023.
Yes.
Hey, if y'all enjoyed it and you find value in what we do, like I said, like, subscribe, consider supporting the show over at patreon.com/HCHQ. Keeps the lights on, and it helps us continue to bring you this stuff. So, big thanks to all of y'all for watching this as well. I think that's it.
That's
right?
it.
Yeah. I think that's it.
So we will be back sometime in the next handful of weeks, maybe quicker, with the
full game?
the advanced game, I think is right. Yeah. Again, because I don't want to diminish the basic game, because there's a ton of game in that there.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, you get your money's worth with the basic game, and the fact they added on the advanced game is pretty cool.
Or they did it the other way. I'm not sure which way they went about that, right?
Yeah.
But either way, it's amazing. So, all right. That's a wrap. Y'all have a good night. Stay warm, because it's pretty rough out there right now, at least in the northern hemisphere. So that's it. We'll see y'all later. Thanks, everybody. I'm Edward.
Ken.
Alyssa.
Martin.
All right. Y'all have a good night. Take care. See what Davis says right there? Love y'all. Well done, Joris. Well done, Jeroen, and everybody associated. Good night, everybody.